At XLRI, we have the finest pool of professors who come from the best institutes across the world. They also offer a plethora of electives tailored to suit the academic distinctiveness of the institute. Cutting-edge pedagogy, complementing the latest industry trends.
At XLRI, we prefer learning by doing.
The journey at Excel proved to be life-changing since it provided me a winning mix of career advancement, unparalleled network, and the opportunity to constantly be surrounded by people who challenge you for the better.
Recreational and energizing.
Here at XLRI, we live by the motto excellence and integrity.
XLRI XPGDM program facilitates peer-to-peer learning for people coming from various backgrounds. Even in my study group, I have people coming from various backgrounds like hospitality, merchant navy, automobile, and I come from consulting background.
Developing critical thinking and enhancing leadership skills.
Exhilarating and enriching 12 months experience.
At XLRI XPGDM, we learn and prepare for the greater good of the society.
Challenging the status quo.
Driving personal and professional transformation.
At XLRI, we are nurtured to be responsible leaders for tomorrow.
Good morning, one and all. So we should be tentatively starting in the next 5 minutes. We'll just let in the rest of the participants also join in, and then we could start.
about sustainability of our leadership, our journey in our leadership, sustainability of our careers is dependent on ethics and how we live a high ethics, high integrity life. Back in the days, before any of the other institutes started doing it, we had business ethics as a compulsory course. For me, that consonance of my own ethical framework with the institute and now my own ethical framework with my company, that served me immensely. So today when I stand and talk about ethics, it comes from this core of me. And Excel helped frame this and helped give it shape even before I knew what this was all about. And now it's who I am, it's the core of who I am.
Gave me confidence, Excel gave me purpose, and Excel gave me a lot of confidence to try different things. That's a huge set of experiences I had. And that stood me in good stead because I went to become a management trainee in Hindustan Lever, where I could never have been without the Excel ticket and without having excelled in Excel. I wouldn't have made it to HUL. And I've been with Unilever all 25 years of my career, so clearly the move from Excel to HUL was great for me. I really think that Excel has grown from strength to strength. It's maintained its reputation. There are a number of students who continue to excel year after year and have created a community of very successful professionals in India.
A festival?
I've gone on to sell disposable diapers to Indians who don't even throw away the wrappers, forget about throwing expensive diapers, selling pizzas to Italians, and now of course selling shoes back in India. Excel is what's taught me the marketing, the consumer insight, all of that. Completely the credit goes to Excel.
Associated with it from 1983 to 85, and it has helped me think about the society a lot more every day of my work and every day of my life.
Excel gave me the experience for 2 years in a community living, and I benefited a lot. I made some of my best friends there. Secondly, it instilled in
I request all participants to put their cameras on, please. We shall be starting in the next minute. So with that said, it's 10, let's start. So first of all, a very, very good morning and a warm welcome to each one of you. I am Arya, and on behalf of the Placement Committee, I welcome you to ClockSpeed 2.0, XLRI's flagship operations and supply chain conclave, in association with Alive Healthcare. So this conclave is themed around creating value through a sustainable supply chain. ClockSpeed 2.0 is at the forefront of discussing the burning issue of sustainability in supply chains with the most distinguished leaders from across the industry. XLRI, being the leading edge of thought leadership, aims to provide a platform for discussing the latest on operations and supply chains while sharing the best industry practices for overcoming supply chain disruptions in years to come. We've all seen how the COVID-19 pandemic has made most businesses realize that a lean supply chain is not the end all to success. Right from procurements to delivery, making every step in the process sustainable is most imperative today than ever. For most companies, supply chains are responsible for bulk of the environmental and societal impact, and companies that have stayed
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Arya, for the kind introduction. I am Manam Gwaliri, the General Secretary of the Placement Committee, and I, on behalf of XLRI's ExPGDM 2021-2022 batch, welcome you all to the second edition of our Supply Chain Conclave. Now, in addition to what Arya mentioned, we've all also come to realize that the impacts of climate change are being felt across industries more than ever. And it has become imperative for organizations to analyze the most pressing risks at hand and ensure that every stakeholder at each level of the supply chain contributes towards achieving a greener future. We thus feel privileged today to have amongst us visionaries of the industry and academia to share their invaluable insights on this crucial theme and help us discover ideas and behaviors worth emulating. With this, we now welcome Dr. Tata L. Raghuram to grace us with the inaugural address on the topic Sustainable Supply Chains, Moving from Conflict to Reality. I will take a moment to introduce Dr. Tata to all of us. Dr. Tata L. Raghuram is the chairperson of Father Aroop's Center for Ecology and Sustainability and associate professor of strategic management at XLRI Jamshedpur. Sir has over 30 years of research, teaching, and consulting experience in sustainable development. A Fulbright Environmental Leadership Fellow at John F. Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University, Dr. Raghuram has earlier worked with the Wildlife Institute of India, Indira Gandhi Institute of Development Research, and IIM Calcutta. He also presently serves on the Committee for Revision of Forest Working Plan Code 2014 of the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change of Government of India, and sits on Jharkhand State Board for Wildlife. Good morning, sir, and welcome. Over to you.
Good morning. Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction, and congratulations for envisioning to organize this ClockSpeed 2, which on a very relevant theme. There are many experts who are lined up to speak on this. My expertise comes from sustainability, and my understanding of supply chains is limited to what I have read. So I want all of you to take it in that context. But anyway, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And once again, welcome to all the participants to this event on behalf of XLRI. Thanks very much. What over the next 30 minutes I plan to talk about is, we talk about sustainable supply chains. Okay? Why is it necessary to move the supply chains on the path of sustainability? And what challenges the managers face while trying to integrate sustainability into supply chains? Okay. Is there value? Will there be conflicts? Can the conflicts be resolved and reconciled to achieve broader sustainability objectives at the global level? Is what I briefly plan to talk and have a discussion with you all. So let us move forward. As we know, the world is facing a plethora of challenges when it comes to the climate emergency and associated extreme weather events, which in themselves are disrupting powers for supply chains. And sixth mass extinction, which is primarily due to human interventions. And 4 of the 9 planetary boundaries are already beyond the Earth's thresholds levels. And microplastics are all pervasive now. And pollution of air, water, and land is all pervasive, and the associated health burden is ever increasing. There are premature deaths and morbidity and mortality associated with pollution, which is disproportionately borne by the weaker sections of the society. And exponential population growth we are at about 8.5 billion people today, and which is expected to touch almost 12 billion by 2100. So population is increasing. Populations globally, the per capita GDPs are increasing. As a consequence, consumption is increasing. And as consumption is increasing, Earth is reaching its thresholds on its ability to provide us with the critical raw materials that run the economy. Okay. And all this is on one side, when per capita GDPs are increasing, there are deep socio-economic inequalities. And the economy that has been creating tremendous wealth in the past 100 years or so is also marred by widespread human rights violations. In a nutshell, what we should be concerned at this point is life on Earth is facing an existential threat, primarily due to human interventions and the way the business conducts itself, the economy conducts itself more than the business. So what has been happening? Regulations, what do policymakers do? Policymakers come up and make regulations at different levels. So globally, and also in India, the regulations have moved from the end of the pipe to the input stage, from input stage to the production phase to how the wastes are being handled. So we see a plethora of regulations that are in operation today, and we are subjected to more and more regulations at the national level. And the primary objective of all these regulations is to minimize the negative externalities that are associated with the runaway economy and business conduct. There are international regulations and frameworks that have emerged. Most famous of them are the Sustainable Development Goals, 17 of them, which try to achieve certain global objectives, and Paris Climate Agreement, which tries to minimize or limit the temperature rise to under 2 degrees centigrade by 2100, which seems very unlikely, though we want to, the ideal goal would have been 1.5 and reaching it by 2100, but we are nowhere near achieving that. And Convention on Biological Diversity and various international treaties that are associated with. But what is the primary purpose? Where the world, the regulations, what are they trying to achieve? Is trying to bring a kind of equilibrium between consumption and production based on sustainability principles. Okay. The ideal situation, or the sustainable economic model should ideally achieve over a period of time, is all that gets consumed, whether goods or services, have to be produced in sustainable ways. Where the production happens then is the primary sector, that is agriculture, fishing, forestry and mining, and all manufacturing and all service provision has to move on the path of sustainability. And when these three sectors of the economy, three pillars of the economy, primary, secondary, and tertiary, if they have to move on the path of sustainability, then all support functions like energy has to come from sustainable sources, and finance has to be made available. Natural capital needs to be managed in better ways, and logistics, infrastructure, habitations, everything has to move on the path of sustainability. And this is a very tall order. Asking too much for a hydrocarbon entrenched externalities, entrenched economic model. We are asking that economic model and planning, the policymakers are trying to shift that to a sustainable economic model. Now, is it possible in the short term where climate change requires immediate attention? so is the species extinctions. The immediate solutions that are required may not be possible with a long-term policy orientation. But at the same time, policymakers cannot impose more stringent regulations today because the economy is not ready or the technologies are not available. So that creates a paradox between the policy making, what needs to be achieved, and how it needs to be achieved. That is the business interventions that are required. So there is a huge conflict, or that is the conflict that I'm talking about. Certain problems require immediate attention and immediate remediation, whereas no, we have no wherewithal in terms of technology or willingness on part of certain stakeholders towards making this immediate short-term implementation of the solutions. But the value creation, no, is there an opportunity for business? Or if business value comes from the tangibles and the intangibles, okay, the book value and the market capitalization, which creates the market value. Okay, so now, did intangibles contribute? Do intangibles contribute to a value of a firm? Okay, over the years, we have seen that intangibles contribute more than the tangibles to a company's valuation. What are these intangibles and where are these intangibles coming from? Are they coming from corporate governance? Is it coming from transparency, ethical conduct, or sustainable behaviors? Maybe a combination of all of this is where companies are trying to leverage and increase their intangible value, which is, by 2020, it is about 90% of a firm's value is coming from intangibles. In that context, how the game is changing is what is influencing the companies to behave in a certain ways is the pressures from the stakeholders, whether it's internal stakeholders or external stakeholders. If the stakeholder expectations are in a business as usual situation, it is fine. Firms know how to handle the stakeholders, manage the stakeholders' concerns. But if the external environment, natural environment, is ripe with climate and energy crisis, food and water scarcities, and pollution and health, and poverty and social injustice, the stakeholder pressures on firms will exponentially grow, putting extra pressure on firms to behave, change their past behaviors into more responsible behaviors. Otherwise, all those friendly stakeholders, as we know, will transition into dangerous shocks and eat away into the intangible value that companies create or companies have built over a period of time. But is there an opportunity? Is sustainability or demanding for sustainable behaviors, is it mere curiosity, or has it become the new necessity or the new norm for businesses to conduct themselves? Okay, so this is where the strategic intent and strategic adoption of sustainability comes into play. And why sustainability? Sustainability is predicted to be the new wealth creation engine in the sixth quantitative cycle. That is, from now to into the future, sustainability will be the engine that will propel the global wealth creation potential. Earlier, it might be a strong innovation like invention of a steam engine or hydrocarbons, but the period of those innovations is gone, and new wave of innovations around sustainability, maybe zero carbon. net zero water or water neutrality. New technologies that provide sustainable solutions will be the drivers of global wealth creation potential into the future. And unfortunately, most business or most firms are still stuck at the Friedmanian profit maximization paradigm. But the true value can be unleashed by integrating sustainability into the corporate decision making. Okay? This requires, sustainability basically requires resource decoupling. That is, as resources are becoming scarce, we need to achieve more with limited inputs of resources, more wealth out of a lower proportion of resources, and also reduce the negative externalities associated with various sorts of environmental impacts, pollution. Okay? But now, where is the way forward? Okay, as I said, I'm a professor, I can preach, but what actually needs to be done, it has to be done by the managers, that is you. How do you take the realization or the understanding of sustainability and implement it into the corporate decision making? Supply chains, of course, are the primary drivers that have made consumption possible across the world. Any product that is required today or a service that is required today is made available almost at our doorsteps because of the efficient supply chains. In this context, how can now companies adopt this? And what is the scope of this corporate responsibility towards sustainability? Okay. When we talk about supply chains, they are complex. They are located, the mutual interdependencies in the supply chain are spread across the world, multiple geographies, multiple countries, multiple suppliers, multiple vendors, sub-vendors. It is a very complex web that we have created to make a product available at the lowest cost and most efficiently. But when we ask for a company to adopt sustainability, will the supply chains be able to adopt? Because they are upstream and downstream may not be directly under the control or in the jurisdiction of the company, though they might have contracts. Because of different countries have different environmental regulations. Whereas the company that is selling into multiple geographies may want to achieve higher sustainability targets. So it is a very muddled, very complex game that we are entering it into when we talk about sustainable supply chains and asking supply chains to adopt sustainability, because the complexity is there. So upstream and downstream, this is where the scope of sustainability exists. And regulations in the home country apply on a company's own operations, whereas tier 1 or the downstream or upstream might be spread across multiple geographies in multiple countries. So does that mean that if the bigger players have higher responsibility? And what can we learn from the Puma's classical example of their environmental and profit and loss accounts? No, Puma was the first country in the world to come out with environmental profit loss accounts. What did Puma actually do is almost scope 3 level measurement of GHGs, greenhouse gases, that is across their supply chain. They measured their water, they measured their land use and the waste and gaseous other than greenhouse gases. At scope 3, the scope 3 is the widest scope, and across the value chain, they have measured their footprints on this, and they have monetized their negative externalities, which account for about 145 million euros, which is against the 202 million euros of their net revenues. That almost 70% of a company's profits are coming by imposing negative externalities on the society. And most often, these externalities are imposed in faraway lands where the regulatory regimes are less stringent. Now, this is where I'm talking about the challenge of supply chains. So the point here is, will Puma take account or accountability for all the negative externalities or any other company? Puma is only an example that I am referring to. Now, will a company take full responsibility for all the negative externalities that it imposes or its supply chain imposes across the world or wherever their partners are, and adjust it against its profits? That means a higher order of decision-making is required. Now, this is where the paradox is. While we say that with great power comes great responsibility, but the paradox here is sustainability versus operational efficiency. If we ask supply chains to move on the path of sustainability, will it compromise its operational efficiency and profitability? Supply chains are respected because of their low cost and efficient delivery of goods and services anywhere on the planet. Will sustainability, asking supply chains to become sustainable, will it lead to increase in costs or price of the product for the customers? How do managers, how do managers can make these difficult trade-off choices? And managers are as confused as a layman when it comes to adopting or integrating sustainability into supply chains, because the complexity is very wide. Where will the decision making start? If a supply chain wants to move on the path of sustainability, it has to first look at the corporate governance. The top leadership needs to recognize that adopting sustainability is a value creating lever. It needs strategic orientation. The product needs to move on the path of sustainability. At the same time, supply continuity is to be assured, and supply resilience has to be ensured. And it might require sharing economy where the parent company and its supply chain partners share not only the knowledge, but also the resources to move on the path of sustainability. No, just merely being a partner of a bigger firm, will a SME adopt sustainability at a higher cost? What happens to the profitability of this SME? Or does the SME have the knowledge or the access to the technology that is essential to move on the path of sustainability, which otherwise the bigger firm cannot achieve its own sustainability? So who will bear the cost and who will bear the responsibility? These conflicts are really paradoxical. Yet, firms are trying to move on this, hand-holding their supply chain partners and trying to move on the path of sustainability through sharing economy, sharing knowledge, sharing resources. Without that, stakeholder management is not possible. So, which one of these will get higher priority? No, if you have to give a hierarchy of interventions that are required to achieve sustainability in the supply chains, now where will we start first? Now, when we talk of circular economy cannot be achieved by a single firm, however big it might be. It requires the entire ecosystem to move on the path of adopt sustainability. So it is easy to ask a company to move on, integrate sustainability or moved on SSCM, while implementation is a tremendous challenge for the managers and the top leadership. That's where the trade-offs and creation of hierarchy of interventions. Maybe no, corporate governance might get the first priority, where the leadership gives top priority to sustainability, and circular economy might be the lowest. First, reap the low-hanging fruit, while moving towards more complex circular economy kinds of things at a later date. So, is there a hierarchy? The literature or the corporate experience is not mature enough to give us a clear picture on what is the roadmap for creating sustainable supply chains. Talking about sustainability is fashionable. SSCM is mentioned in multiple corporate conventions and corporate policies, but unless it adopts, if the DNA doesn't change, our sustainability remains only a face mask. For sustainability to be integrated into the organization, its vision, its mission, its ethos have to change, and the organization culture has to be oriented around sustainability. Only then sustainability in operations or sustainability in supply chains is possible. So, can we have a simple framework on competitive advantage, how companies can derive through SSCM? Will SSCM practices avoid risks of multiple dimensions? Will adopting SSCM reduce costs? Will adopting SSCM create new revenue generation opportunities? Or will adopting SSCM give intangible value? Companies want to achieve all of this, and unless SSCM provides this kind of competitive advantage, it will be difficult for firms to accept and fully move on the path of creating sustainable supply chains. But for all of this to happen, we need responsible leadership, a leadership that acknowledges that business as usual is untenable, unsustainable. So we need to move on to a path of radically different, innovative ways of adopting sustainability and integrating sustainability into corporate decision making. And that happens only through Collins 11.5 kind of a leadership style, where humility and will, humility to accept that what has happened is not right, what has been happening is not right, and a will to change to help not only the firm in the long run, but also help the planet to survive and all life forms on the planet to survive. So my last point here is the art and science of management or supply chain managers has to catch up with sustainability. Sustainability is an altruistic, normative, or ethical, virtuous behavior that is expected, but how to practically implement it, and how to practically implement it without compromising the value creation potential is the biggest challenge. So in that context, companies have to view sustainability and sustainable supply chains as a new paradigm that needs to be addressed expressly while creating value. That's where innovation and out of the hat thinking. It might require product innovation or process innovation or business model innovations. All are required to be able to achieve value or create value for all stakeholders through sustainable supply chain management. thank you very much. That's all I have to share. And I think there are a few. Is there any time or opportunity for questions or anything?
Sir, we'll be taking up questions and we'll be sharing it with you later in the paucity of time, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's wonderful interacting with you all, and have a nice event and all the best. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, sir, for this wonderful inaugural address, sir. Delighted to have you, sir.
Thank you.
We would immediately be now moving on to our chief guest address. And I would take more than a moment to introduce our chief guest today, considering his accolades and contribution to this space. I invite all of you to welcome Professor Prashant Yadav. Professor Prashant Yadav is a globally recognized scholar in the area of supply chains for healthcare and socially beneficial products. He is an affiliate professor of technology and operations management at INSEAD, senior fellow at the Center for Global Development, and lecturer at Harvard Medical School. He is the author of many peer-reviewed scientific publications, and his work has also been featured in prominent print and broadcast media such as the BBC, New York Times, CNN, Financial Times, Wall Street Journal, to name a few. In addition to his roles in academia and think tank, Professor serves on the boards of many health and development-focused companies and has had wonderful stints such as strategy leader supply chain at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, vice president of healthcare at the William Davidson Institute, and faculty at the Ross School of Business at the University of Michigan. In continuation to this, Sir has been asked for expert testimony on medicine supply chain in the US Congress and parliaments and legislative bodies of many countries, and works closely with and advises many country governments and philanthropic organizations on healthcare supply chain strategy. Good morning, sir, and welcome. It is to our utmost delight to have you with us today.
Thank you, Anam, and thank you everyone for having me. I hope you all can hear me and see me okay.
We can see you, sir. Your screen is not visible yet, so if you could start sharing.
Okay. Do you see my slides now, Anam?
Not yet, sir. Yes, sir, we can see your slide now.
Okay. So I shared with Anam earlier that I'm not at my best, going through a rough patch of COVID in my family. So please bear with me in not being at my best. What I want to do in the next 40 minutes or 30 minutes and leaving some time for discussion is share with you some ideas on sustainability with the bigger S. I think one of the challenges we face today is that the sustainability agenda has been hijacked by the carbon emissions crowd. And I have lots of friends and I have great respect for people who are trying to reduce carbon. But in doing so, we cannot forget that sustainability, as we thought about, wasn't just about reducing carbon emissions. It was sustainability to balance the goals. And I think Professor Raghu Raman just said this very eloquently before me, but it was about balancing the objectives of equity, social cohesion, economic vitality, environment, health, both for the current generations and for future generations, right? So it was always about balancing. It wasn't about pursuing a single-handed goal of, let's say, carbon reduction. So that's the preface to my talk. I think especially when we think about supply chain and sustainability, we've got to start with a wider angle lens than just quickly start zeroing in on net zero and supply chains or carbon emissions in supply chains. And I'll make the case for why. I think the sustainability of human existence and the role of supply chains and the social contract of supply chains are important aspects for us to consider. So that's what I want to share with you. If I can not get across anything else in the remaining 20 minutes, here are the 5 points I hope that at least I can drive across to you. So if nothing else, I want to make sure you have these 5 points. The first is, when we think about progress and advancement in supply chain management, they are highly uneven between products which are for individual consumption and products which have a social benefit or even a negative social externality. And the challenge here is that we have, as society, we have dedicated all of our energies, resources, and innovation potential to make the supply chains for products which are for individual consumption better, faster, and all other performance measures superior. But the same hasn't happened for supply chains for non-individual consumption items, and I'll give you some examples in a minute. The second point I want to drive home is that supply chains are highly globalized, and they're globalized for several reasons. And there seems to be a narrative that we can make supply chains, or we can engage in what I call a supply chain autarky, the idea being that we'll make everything that we need, either in a nation state or some other geographical jurisdiction, and say, we won't have to depend upon other nation states. That idea is flawed. Even if you care only about sustainability, you lose more by doing that, right? So some people say, well, if I make everything closer, then I should be more sustainable and I will be managing my national resilience and so on. So that is not necessarily true, at least for some aspects. I'll hopefully highlight to you. I do a lot of work advising government, both here in the United States, but other countries as well, on COVID vaccines and medical product supply chains. And we have learned some very interesting things in the last 2 years. I want to share a few snippets from there with you. The fourth point I want to drive across is that speed of decision-making is sometimes far more important than having a supplier which has short lead time or a supplier that is located right next door to your plant. And this seems to be a common fallacy that, yes, having somebody closer is going to give me better advantages, but it is about decision-making velocity and speed, not necessarily lead time alone. And we'll see some examples of that. And last point is that sustainability is an emerging agenda in supply chains. It is the talk everywhere in supply chain management. But at the same time, it's a very complex and difficult conversation. We have several things that we haven't resolved, which are almost the fundamental foundational building blocks of sustainability in supply chains. Unless they can be addressed, all of the fancy mambo jumbo we talk about has very limited meaning. Okay, so but before that, I want to pose a little thought exercise to you, which I have been posing for many years. I haven't found a successful answer to this yet. I understand the deficiencies in what Google Trends captures and doesn't capture in its search trends data, but I have over time tried to capture how are searches for the word supply chain or supply chain management trended over time in Google search trends. And when I look at the United States, you see an interesting trend, which is in the last 2-3 years, because of what has happened due to COVID and other global supply chain disruptions, a lot more mentioned because media is talking about it. A lot of us academics are going on television, broadcast media, explaining to people the challenges and complexities of supply chain. So a lot of people are searching, that's growing, and that has also created a lot more attention to the field. But if you look at the similar chart for India, it has almost a secular decline in the search trend. And I have not been able to figure out what is behind that. I mean, one theory is that people don't search because they're already so aware of supply chain management in India that they don't have to go and search. It's a very educated public, or there are other conjectures and theories that I don't know. So I want to leave that as a thought exercise for you. If you have ideas, conjectures, theories, hypotheses, send them across, or if you've developed something formal, I would love that as well. Okay, so the first part, bulk of what we've done in supply chain management, where we've applied our advanced algorithmic techniques, where we've done ultra-fast delivery, where you can truly order and get your delivery in 15 minutes from a restaurant, in 30 minutes from a grocery store, in less than 3 hours of any consumer product with Amazon Prime, at least where I live. You would have Flipkart or something equivalent. We have done exceptionally well in advancing the science of supply chain management in the middle of this continuum. And this middle is about products that we need for individual consumption. I need food, I need grocery, I need clothes, I need detergent. On all of those individual consumption items where the benefit accrues largely to me, we have built exceptional supply chains. And if you want to spend the rest of your career making those better, fantastic, I welcome you. But I want to remind you that look at the two sides of this continuum. On the right side are products where the benefits are not just accruing to the individual, but are what Professor Raghuram just said are positive externalities, which means society at large benefits when one person consumes a product. If a child in a rural village gets to read a book because you make the book supply chain reaching rural towns and rural villages and smaller towns better, then a lot of people around them benefit. Same thing with getting medicines or vaccines or other things like that, right? So products which have a benefit that is larger than the individual benefit from consumption to an individual, that's on the right side. We haven't done much. We still fail. Every time we need the supply chain on the right, we fail. We failed globally in COVID vaccines. We're still struggling in lots of countries in the world. India has done reasonably well, but with initial teething troubles and so on. And then let's look at the left of this. And on the left are products where every time an individual consumes something, it creates a net cost for society. These are products which have negative consumption externalities. And here again, we have done some work with legislation, take back legislation, but nowhere close to what we've done for the middle. So my plea here is, if we are serious about sustainability in supply chains, we have to look at these two sides of the continuum and not just remain focused on ultra-fast delivery or 30-minute grocery or 3-hour prime delivery and how to make it better, more efficient, less inventory type of stuff. We have to think about the sides. There is no real sustainability without thinking about the two edges of this continuum. Okay, second part. Here is a picture. I was part of a National Academy of Science committee here, expert committee here in the US. We were looking at food supply chains of food coming into the US. When I was a graduate student, I used to depend a lot on eating items such as a bar for a meal. And so I've been always intrigued by the fact that even something as simple as a Nutri-Grain bar has such a complex supply chain of where every individual item in that bar comes from. And the reasons for this are very many. A lot of people think it's labor cost arbitrage, but the reality is that the biggest driving factor is cluster benefits. Some things happen better in clusters. Know-how, technology, innovation, all of those things start getting concentrated in those clusters. And then every firm wants to have its supplier for that component part or that unit from that cluster. And that cluster is not just about labor cost arbitrage. The cluster sometimes is about national product occurring there, but oftentimes it's about know-how where it has a path dependency over time. But then people ask the question, well, we say they were globalized. I've been asked several times by my students, every time I've testified in lawmaking bodies, that why do you say supply chains are globalized? They're not truly globalized. They are just over-concentrated in one geography, in fact, over-concentrated in one country. So yes, when I say globalized, I don't imply over-concentration in one country. I mean the benefits of globalization, which is distinct from over-concentration in one geography. This shows you for a few of the items that we had to track during COVID, what is the degree of dependence on China for countries around the world. The big challenge in this narrative that we can now decouple and create localized supply chains is that if you think about where does productivity growth occur in a supply chain, it usually occurs because a supplier learns from the OEM. The OEM learns from the supplier. They have new practices they try out in their factories, in their distribution warehouses, in their trucking. They share with each other. And that's how productivity grows, because knowledge transfer occurs bidirectionally across actors in a global supply chain. There is no other channel, not known. I mean, I'm saying this with underscore word. There is no other channel for technology know-how transfer that is better than bidirectional flow across actors in a supply chain. Suppliers, distributors, they all learn from each other. If you work for a large consumer product company, you get that. If you work for a large automotive company, you get that. If you're in a large steel company, you get that. So the big question is, and the evidence on this is very strong, that companies which are connected to a global value chain have higher total factor productivity. So then the question becomes, if we are going to start seeing more decoupled supply chains, if we are going to start seeing supply chains which are going to serve a region, a country, rather than remaining a part of global value chains, then how will this know-how transfer channel be replaced? Where will this know-how transfer come from? Will we restrict know-how to be only generated and shared within a national supply chain? And if that's the case, we can show empirically that total factor productivity will go down. And where it becomes most important is new technologies for carbon reduction. Because global multinationals, and global multinationals today include companies that are based everywhere in the world. They are not just Western companies, they are everywhere in the world. So global multinationals are, in some cases, investing significantly in bringing sustainability into manufacturing, distribution, sourcing, different aspects. New tools, new technologies that are expensive, risky, etc. And so if we say that's not where we are going to source this know-how about how to make our supply chain more sustainable, then we have to at least rethink where else will we get that from. Are we going to double, triple, make 10x government R&D expenditure on sustainable supply chains? Because if we cut off this channel, we need something else for it. Okay, so that was my second point. The third point is about what we've learned from COVID vaccine supply chains. One interesting thing that has come out everywhere in the world is the idea that governments and vaccine manufacturers started sharing risks. And the good thing about them starting to share risks was not that we developed new risk-sharing models, or it is great that the government of India took some risk of India's vaccine manufacturers by giving them advanced contracts. That's not the cool part. The cool part is that because government took on the risk, now it started saying, oh, I took on this risk. How could I reduce it? What recourse mechanisms do I have to reduce such risk? And immediately you say, well, the best recourse mechanism you have is operational flexibility. Because if the plant that you're buying future capacity from could make all different vaccines, then you have so much recourse, then you're not as exposed to the uncertainty cycle. And so we have lots of work on this, which shows essentially that you can build a high degree of flexibility, and it costs some money. But now that governments have started accepting the value of flexibility more, this might lead to a greater investment flexibility, both from private firms and from public subsidies where needed. And together that will create a new wave of flexible manufacturing in a much bigger way than it has been in the past. The second thing is that a lot of these large mass vaccination sites that came up around the world, stadiums, entertainment venues, puja pandals, lots of places, community centers which were repurposed to vaccinate. Yes, on a supply chain basis, you would say, yeah, they pool supply, they pool demand, very good effective pooling on both sides. That's good, that's efficient. We know that in supply chain management. But one part we forget, which perhaps was the best benefit, was when you go to the Harvard hospital system and take a hospital and say, hey, I want to bring in new innovation from, I don't know, Starbucks or another company on how to manage your queue discipline or how to manage your operations and queuing. people say, no, I run this hospital, I've run this for 30 years, I don't need any of your private companies, I know how to do it. But the moment you run this in a large stadium, suddenly you have a blank slate. Now you can create the true best of breed solution to run that mass vaccination site by saying private company that knows queue discipline best, let's bring them on board. Private company, airline, which knows dispatch scheduling best, let's bring them on board, have the best people. And as a result, new ways of organizing come about, which benefit everybody. It just very quickly creates new knowledge in just one site, because you create a fertile opportunity for an airline, a coffee company, etc., to come and focus their energies on solving one societal problem. So that was a big benefit. And we have multiple examples of this from India as well, where a Pujo Pandal was bringing in like the local industry to say, well, we are going to vaccinate here 1,000 people a day. Can you help us think about queue discipline, etc.? So many examples like that. The other good thing about COVID was that there were lots of things running in the background which were truly supply chain platforms. They would never get the light of the media attention and frenzy if it wasn't to make them into customer-facing platforms. So one example is eWin, which was a system to manage supply chain stock and flow for all vaccines in India, which acted as the backbone for the supply chain piece of COVID. So it gave a chance to say, well, if you invest in supply chain information systems someday by adding a KYC and a customer-facing component, you can create something very useful. So now people are giving more attention to public sector supply chain solutions, such as eWin or information systems. So it's a newfound thing. Lots of private social innovation came up, lots of new tech-driven business models. I don't have the time to go through each of these in detail, but the key question they all continue to ask was, great model, I can do this, but I need a blueprint where I can fit my work into, and that blueprint has to come from the government. And this once again reemphasizes the part that a lot of this innovation doesn't have a lot of meaning unless we can find a government framework to hang it onto. And you may say, I studied at a business school, my plan is to go work for a company. If I wanted to be in the government business, I would have studied differently. But I will remind you that large-scale impact for many of the social things occurs by fitting things into a government blueprint, and figuring out and navigating that can be complex, but it is important. We help resolve a tricky question which has continued with us for ages in supply chain management. Should it be an out tree? Should it be linear to right? And we do all kinds of mathematical modeling and fancy optimization to solve this problem. But the reality we took away from COVID-19 is information flow, accountability, and product flow are better managed when you have more linear versus out tree supply chains. So the jury is falling on the right side very clearly now, not just for COVID, but for lots of things. You will see that change in how supply chain design and network design operates in the future. Fourth point I will make is about speed, or actually velocity. I say velocity for the careful reason that I don't want to include returns into my definition of speed. So I'm talking about supply chain velocity, the speed at which we can send stuff to the end customer, how quickly at every stage in the system. And speed remains to be the best competitive weapon advantage in supply chains across industries, across clock speeds. Even for low clock speed industries, speed matters more than people imagine, right? A lot of people think I'm in the commodity business. Why is it so important for me to get product from my factory gates to the customer quickly? Efficiency, the price, the cost of distribution, the total landed cost, that's what should be a performance driver. But if you do a long enough analysis of this, you realize that speed matters more than total landed cost, even in low clock speed industries. And clearly for high clock speed industries, that is very clear that if you're in fashion or in grocery or things like that, you better get it out quickly. This is the idea of a forcing trumpet, which essentially means if you're trying to forecast much out into the future, you will have uncertainty, and that will then create all other kinds of problems. But what shows up on the P&L account is higher transport cost. This cost of uncertainty doesn't show up. So as a result, we continue making these suboptimal decisions. One company, which I'm sure you all have done many cases of, but I spent 7 years living in Zaragoza, Spain, and one of my key collaborators there was a company called Inditex, which owns 3 brands, one of which is called Zara. And it is remarkable that it is a company which delivers to each of its retail stores around the world, and they are truly thousands and thousands spread out around the world in every continent, twice every week, right? A little box goes from where it is manufactured, which is in Spain mostly, not always, to each of the stores around. People say it must be costing them a lot. Well, if you design your operations clever and you start to create a culture of speed, you don't. So twice or 3 times a week, a chartered Boeing 747 leaves the airport in Zaragoza, fills up with product merchandise that has to go to all of the stores eastward, makes it first stop in, let's say, Abu Dhabi or Dubai, leaves off stuff that needs to go to the malls there, makes its next stop in Beijing, next stop in Shanghai, returns back to Bangladesh, comes to Delhi, etc. So very careful route optimization also brings back things that are getting manufactured in Bangladesh over to get distributed onto this side. And this doesn't necessarily cost a lot more on transport if you do this right. The good thing in this, and we've studied this, a lot of people have studied this, but I'm sharing my personal experience, is that when speed becomes culture, decision-making happens quickly. And that is a competitive advantage that is very hard to replicate. When the architecture of decision-making is such that the warehouse operator and the person at the retail store and the guy or girl who's doing sourcing all know that when I have a choice between speed and cost, I have to choose speed without having to call corporate headquarters on this issue. That's when you have an organization that truly achieves supply chain velocity. The other part is that when you have high velocity, you require lower asset utilization. This sometimes appeared counterintuitive to people, which is, oh, you're moving more stuff quickly, so your assets should be more utilized. Well, because you're moving more stuff quickly, every little disruption will explode. Every little variability will become much bigger. So Inditex, for example, has very low asset utilization. If you visit the distribution centers, on some days you see them extremely busy, but on some days you see very slow. That purposeful slack is what is an essential component of supply chain velocity. Now, this brings up sustainability questions, which I'm going to pose to you. The other thing, and there are lots of people who keep writing about what's Zara's recipe for success. Why hasn't anyone been able to replicate the Zara model? It's relatively simple, do fast design, sell it quickly. It's not rocket science in that sense. And Stephanie Baker at Bloomberg wrote a piece a few years ago where she said, the real success story isn't about this fast stuff that you all keep talking about, operation supply chain people. It is actually that they have fewer bosses. They are leaner in their supply chain structure. And I, to some degree, agree. Decision-making is fast because they have a much leaner structure relative to their peers in the fashion supply chain. Okay, I want to end by a few quick thoughts on sustainability. So this shouldn't be a new chart to any of you. But we know that measuring these things at the bottom is the hardest, right? Whether it's environmental impact or social or governance, and measuring the things that are at the top is the easiest. So if you are doing supplier selection, you can measure the unit price very easily. But as you start going down this, that's when it becomes harder, and it becomes extremely hard at the bottom. Because it becomes not only hard, it's expensive at the bottom. Right? Therefore, we take shortcuts. We use suboptimal frameworks, and that brings a bad rep to the entire ESG in the supply chain community and movement. Right? Then we have the Financial Times writing about ESG in the supply chain, greenwashing is back again. Activist investors come after those companies who do this and so on. So we firstly need to figure out how can we reduce the costs of measuring this bottom layer. And there could be many examples. I cite EcoVadis because it is a company that was built by MBA students from INSEAD. The idea is that you create a two-sided platform where you go to suppliers and say, look, each of your OEMs or each of your purchasers comes to you and wants to do a sustainability audit. Aren't you tired of that? And then you go to each of the buyers or the OEMs and you say, well, so many suppliers in your network. Today you're measuring this, tomorrow you'll measure carbon. Why don't you just let us do this for you? We have economies of scale and economies of scope for you. So it starts to become like a two-sided platform. Some would claim it has network effects. It's debatable on what type, etc. But I don't want to get to that debate. But anyway, there is a way to do this that reduces the cost of measuring the bottom. We also need greater degree of use of new algorithmic technology to measure the bottom part. We cannot continue to rely on non-automated audits to do this, because that's just not sustainable. Sustainable in the sense of money being available for it. Then there is a big measurement problem, which is stemming from how do you define the system boundary, right? So the traditional system boundary is what happens to carbon and environmental impact in my supply chain, and here the supply chain being sourcing, manufacturing, distribution, right? There we've gotten farther ahead. We started measuring it. Well, I won't say very well, but at least we've started measuring it somewhat better. The second part is what happens to all this after it leaves and goes into customer use. Because in many industries, that's where the bigger impact is. We like to think that it's the companies that are bad and evil and are making things that are very carbon intense. So let me take an example of pharmaceutical products. So think of it this way, a medicine that is used to treat obesity has a pretty high carbon impact, right? Making that large molecule uses steam, power, water, other things. And so if you were to just measure that, you will say pretty extensive carbon impact for this medicine. But then if you say, well, this drug is going to reduce obesity in the world, the carbon impact reduction from obesity reduction in the world is huge. It's much bigger than what is happening inside the factory to make that molecule of a drug, right? So lots of such examples come up where having an expanded system boundary is the only way to address societal problems of supply chain sustainability, saying, this is my firm, these are my suppliers, this is my distribution network, I end here, this is all I control, this is my scope 3. That doesn't suffice. You have to look at how does the customer consume the product and are there opportunities to change that? That said, lots of companies, there is a company called Ace and Tate, they used to claim they make sunglasses and eyewear. And they're a Dutch company. They used to claim that they are the most sustainable eyewear company in the world. This was their claim to fame. And then they realized that, oh, what they were measuring was actually flawed. Their water, their carbon, their plastic. There were errors or at least uncertainty bounds in those measurements that were not as clear. And things got so bad that they had to come out and accept it and make a public apology and a brutally honest public media campaign to say, we screwed up, we have to change, we are coming out and telling you, and customers continue to go back to them due to their brutal honesty. But the fact is, this is a repeating occurrence. We measure it wrong, and then we've got to report it right. There is a question of subscription models, right? I mean, lots of talk on subscription models and what they can do to sustainability. Some of my colleagues, when I used to be at the University of Michigan, were studying this. They had a paper come out 2019, which looks at meal delivery versus buying from a grocery store. What is the carbon? Again, this is not all environmental. This is largely carbon. So what you see is that meal delivery kits. So these are little kits of, you get all the ingredients you make at home. Lots of them are now available. They have a lower carbon emission, and it's largely stemming from the fact that you don't make a grocery store trip, and they are more efficient in delivering it. They're doing better route optimization, etc. And they're delivering you smaller and the right quantity of product. So food wastage is lower. Right? So you want to make pasta at home, you've got the right amount of pasta, right amount of veggies. You went to the grocery store for your recipe, you overbought, things got wasted, etc. Right? So on meal delivery, subscription models are better. On personal items, this is where things are messy, and it's largely because of returns. Because of all of these things, which are subscription services, beauty, even baby care products, the amount of returns offsets any benefits you get from the subscription service. So one company that I want to talk about is called Stitch Fix. Stitch Fix idea is that if you really want to solve this, you should go one step further and not just stop at subscription, but you should do subscription plus recommendation. Which means if in the subscription model you will get higher returns, then you've lost the carbon and the environmental impact battle. But if in the subscription model, you can learn about customer taste and choice as effectively as Netflix these days is starting to get better and better in its recommendation systems. 5 years ago, it used to tell me to watch shows that I would never have watched or movies that I would never watch. These days, it's getting better. It's telling me about the right kind of Bollywood movies that I want to watch. It has figured out my genre, right? So we have advanced in recommendation systems phenomenally now. We can use that to recommend people all kinds of things, what clothes they want to wear, what kind of baby products they want to get for their child, and so on. And once you combine this, then the returns will also come down because you're giving something in subscription which is specific to a customer, and they look at it and say, wow, I couldn't have imagined the best fit for me. Someone else found it. The algorithm did. So that's a business model area in general, subscription plus, I call it, because subscription plus recommendation, which has immense potential. To do something, I want to stop here. Once again, reminding you of the key 5 points that I wanted to make. Thank you again.
Thank you, Professor, for the wonderful presentation. We will now quickly take some questions from the audience. And I would request everyone to please raise their hands if they have, in the event they have a question. Okay, we have a question by Nikita Agarwal. Nikita, please go ahead. I guess there's some problem. I'll take a question from Abhinav, or I'll just check if I'm able to. Are you able to unmute Ankita or Abhinav?
Yeah.
I don't. Okay.
Yeah. Thanks, Amma. Yeah. Good morning, sir. Thanks for such an insightful session. So, as you discussed about, having supply chain for vaccines where risk was distributed in government and the vendors, I'd just like to understand what are some of the major effects of in supply chain and healthcare industry of COVID? Means, like, has there been some improvisation in the supply chain, specifically in the healthcare industry after what we saw in the pandemic, apart from the vaccine supply chain that we had seen as you discussed?
Yes, thanks, Abhinav. So one is a lot of stuff on the distribution side. The most important was that private companies that are in the business of making pharmaceuticals, vaccines, biologics, and diagnostics had largely ignored the need to work with the government because they rarely had to. And this was a wake-up call that they have to work with government and for the government to figure out. So new models developed, like I said earlier. The second is on manufacturing and development. Lots of new things happen. To give you an operations example, the way the speed at which you fill a vial with a vaccine, in the past we used to do inspection after a vial is filled through a visual eye inspection, right? You look at the vial, you say, okay, has it been filled with the right quantity? Does it have the right label? Is the rubber stopper and the aluminum foil applied appropriately, etc. Now, because the speed was immensely important, staff and labor were not available, we had a much faster transition of such functions to image recognition and machine learning, right? So most of these fill and finish lines now have a image capture method, which then runs a trained model and says, yes, check. And in the past, the models could be built, but the regulatory agencies used to worry about oh, how can I accept such a way of approving? But this forced the regulators to also take a deeper look at this. So it changed, a lot of things change around that. Then is, I think, the idea of over-concentrating production for medical products in one region, one country. That became a big shift and will continue to be. That is forcing companies to look at more flexible manufacturing technologies. The highly modular manufacturing plants are becoming mainstay than what they were in the past. Instead of large stainless steel reactors to make huge scale manufacturing sites, people are now thinking about slightly smaller sites. So those are the key things that at least I observe. I'm sure there's lots of stuff other there, but those are the first ones that come to mind.
Thank you, Abhinav. Thank you, Professor. We'll now take a question from Amol.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Anam. So my question is, India has never been the strongest when it comes to cold chain. So in retrospect, what do you think India could have done differently, especially in COVID-19 vaccine supply chain? And any key learnings from the entire episode, entire fiasco that we experienced?
Yeah, so I mean, it's an interesting question to reflect on, Amol. India's, if you look at the per unit cost of cold chain for the grocery industry in India on a per meter cube basis, it is coming down, right? It sort of looks like a curve like this. And that is driven by the new retail players that are the organized retail that is coming, right? So organized retail is making investments, that costs are coming down. You then try to compare that to the cost per meter cube of cold chain in government-run vaccine supply chains, and that curve looks flat, right? And that's because the kind of fridges, the kind of cold chain equipment, fridges, suppliers that are used are very specialized. Now, do they have to be specialized? I won't claim that I have full knowledge of that, but we are not doing sufficiently to bring down that cost curve. If we don't bring down the per meter cube cost curve, then we are saying, okay, we have to spend enormous amount of money, not just in CapEx, but also in OpEx to keep it running. And that is very difficult budget-wise to find that bucket of money to spend every month. Right? It's easy to find one-time money, right? A central government with a significant budget can allocate one time for a CapEx. But OpEx is harder because every month, not only do you have to have budget, but you have to disperse it in time. If you miss it 1 month, then the machine or the equipment is non-functional the month after, etc. And that's where the challenges lie. The other thing which has come out about cold chain equipment is we need to think about the network design aspect once again. So if you have cold chain equipment that is more concentrated in, let's say, at high levels, and then you do more frequent deliveries, then you don't need as much at the downstream level. We like to think that every taluk, every block should have its own ultra cold chain freezer, right? That's a euphoric idea we have, that we should have it. But the reality is ultra cold chain freezers in every taluk, every block, I mean, we can get them out today, but will they be functional 6 months from now? Probably not, or 1 year from now. But instead, if we think about network design as, let's base them where all other infrastructure is available and then do faster deliveries, that reduces the need for cold chain equipment downstream. That's a network which is more sustainable. Also, from a carbon and an environmental standpoint, that's better because we can use better quality power, we can use more solar, etc.
Thank you, Amol, for the question. Thank you, Professor. We next have a question from Anuj.
Yes, hi. Hello, Professor. Thank you for the enlightening session. I have one doubt. So we spoke about, you spoke about the high velocity of decision making. However, does it call for an extra buffer to keep with the companies in case of mistakes? Because decision making is something that comes with experience, that comes with mistakes, right? So that's why I'm asking.
Yes, important question, Anuj. So The challenge with faster and decentralized decision making in the supply chain is that when the trade-offs are complex, the chances of wrong decisions being made are much, much higher. Right? So if you have a trade-off, which is I have to choose between sending this on expedited shipment to my store in Abu Dhabi or waiting till next week because I will save some money, right? Very high likelihood that decision can go wrong. But if your performance objectives are relatively clear and you avoid having these complex trade-offs, then the warehouse operator knows that every time it's a choice between speed and total landed cost, I have to choose speed, then the decision is rarely incorrect, right? But yes, then you are setting a decision architecture where you're defining hierarchy and priority between objectives at the corporate HQ level and making that a culture. Now, in return for that, are you compromising value? Some people will argue yes. Zara Inditex will argue no. Again, I mean, we cannot fully answer this, but that's the complexity of this, which is if you can make the trade-off simple enough, then the chances of quick decision-making at decentralized levels being wrong are fewer. But if the trade-off is complex, then they are higher. So it's a matter of, can you make those trade-offs simple or not?
Thank you, Anuj. Thank you, Professor. We have a question from Ankita Singh. I'll just take that up.
Hello, sir. Good morning. So my question is around how is INSEE collaborating with industry and policymakers to encourage encourage innovation in the healthcare space for a more sustainable supply chain? So since sustainability is the hot topic right now, so how is it collaborating with?
Yeah, so I mean, again, I like with any other academic institute, I cannot speak on behalf of all of my faculty colleagues, but from the ones that I work closely with, I can say in our work in healthcare as a business school, our job is to bring out new scholarly thinking and then disseminate it to companies so that they start using it, right? And one of the key questions that companies ask around sustainability at the moment in the healthcare industry is, if I'm making a pharmaceutical, if I'm making a large molecule, by large molecule, I mean like a biologic product, do I worry about my own carbon impact? Or given that I will save so many lives from people who have cancer, or this is a remarkable cure. This is not just a treatment. This is a cure for a disease that if you take this, you will be cured for the rest of your life. Then I'm saving a patient having to go back to a hospital or a clinic 50 times in the next 2 years. And those 50 times have a tremendous environmental impact. One, because the patient is going transport, etc. But secondly, we don't always think about how poorly run some of the hospitals are everywhere around the world, right? Hospitals are hotbeds of poor carbon efficiency. Yes, they claim their buildings are LEED certified, but if you look at utilities and how they're used inside hospitals, it's not a very sustainability-driven agenda. So for that reason, if a patient keeps going back multiple times and you're spending a lot more there, and you have this fallacy that, you're picking little things in the manufacturing of a drug, but you're losing a lot here in the consumption side. So what we are thinking about, and what the kind of work we're doing in particular in healthcare supply chain and sustainability, is to look at the entire system boundary and ask the question, how would you address this? Second thing, which continues to be an important part, is around resilience in the healthcare supply chain. What does it truly mean? How much of a premium are we willing to pay as a society for having more resilience in the healthcare supply chain? Resilience implying its ability to withstand demand surges or supply disruptions. How much premium are you willing to pay? Can we estimate that? Once we estimate it, then we can go to policymakers and say, here is the estimate. Then some of them may take it, not take it. That's a secondary question. I hope that answers what you're asking, Ankita.
Sir, in the paucity of time and considering your health, would you just take up one more question, or would you be comfortable taking 2, 3 more? Because there's a lot of questions pouring out for you, sir. How would you like to go ahead, sir? 2 more
Shall
questions.
we take 2?
Okay, sure, sir. We have a question from Devashish Mohapatra then. Please go ahead.
So actually, during the presentation, you said that Zara was one of the successful companies for sustainable supply chain because it had a fewer bosses. There was a slide that implicated that it had a fewer bosses. That's why it was not one of the major success reasons. So is it important to have a lean management hierarchy for faster decision making?
Devashish, firstly, I would not call Zara to be an exemplar of sustainability in supply chains, not because their supply chain work is not focusing on sustainability, which they are, bringing efficiency, route optimization, transport, manufacturing, but just the sheer idea. This is what I meant by saying consumption boundary, right? So yes, you can make it as sustainable as you want, but if you are making clothes, which are by design meant to be use and throw or limited use only, right? You want to make it such that people can buy every few weeks, or fast fashion as people would call it, then by design you're not sustainable, because you're not asking someone to say, buy your jacket and wear it not only yourself, but give it to your next generation, like Patagonia would do it. So Zara will not, in that sense, Zara will not be an exemplar, in my opinion. But on the decision-making side, yes, if you have faster decision-making, you can find opportunities to optimize and reduce environmental impact. So if you're going faster, you're likely creating less waste. And through that, you are saving some environmental impact. And I say less waste mean the kinds of things that get accumulated in large retail stores because the retail store chose to purchase all of its fashion stuff once in every 6 months. And that was more based on the idea that we know what people will wear, so let's buy it and stock it and then sell it. Whereas the Zara model is, we don't know what people will wear, so let's put something on the store, let's learn what they like to buy and make more of it. And that model, by design, leads to lower waste in terms of product that never gets sold. Then the faster decision-making in the supply system creates additional logistics efficiency, which also translates into some sustainability benefits. But again, underscore word here is some, because it's not an absolute in this case.
Thank you, Devashish. Apologies, due to the paucity of time, we might not be able to take more questions. And you can please share your questions of the chat and I will mail it to Sir, and Sir can respond as and when he can. And great. Thank you for the terrific session, Sir. We are taking away a lot of insights that we saw from your presentation and also the interaction that you had with the attendees in terms of maintaining a balance between equity, social provision, environment vitality, talking about the external continuum, the risk sharing model, the value of flexibility, so on and so forth. And I'm sure all these learnings will help us become leaders who definitely take at heart sustainability in terms of our decision making. Once again, thank you, sir, for taking the time out to join us, irrespective of your health, and deepest gratitude, sir.
Thank you, everyone. Stay in touch. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye.
We'll begin with the next session shortly.
Guys, we'll just start in few minutes. So we will start in another 2 minutes. The speaker has already joined us. So let's start with the another session for this conclave. Just a minute. We have the speaker with us. So good morning, everyone. I'm Deepshika, the host for this session, along with my co-host Manish Budhwar. So this pandemic has brought a lot of uncertainty in the industries that we know, and we witnessed that some of them actually thrive to be in the market. While a few succumbed to the aftermaths, few actually knew how to play their game well. But the question is, how do we manage this volatility and uncertainty as the person in action? Let's welcome and hear this from Mr. Ranjan Sinha, who is the Global Head of Shipping and Logistics at Tata Steel. Prior to this, he was the Director Strategic Procurement based at Netherlands. And not only this, he's actively associated with various professional bodies such as Getting Zero Collation, Sea Cargo Charter, Global Maritime Forum, Raw Materials Committee of World Steel, European Steel Association, and many more. The list doesn't end here. He has served the president of the Core Consumers Association of India and has been a board member at Steel City Press in Schaefer. Wow. Having this bachelor degree in mining engineering and MBA in international business. It makes me think what it feels like to have so many feathers to one hat. So let us hear this from the man himself. Sir, we are honored to have you here, like literally at the campus, and host you for this session.
Over to you.
Thank you, Deepsika. Just a fact check. Is my audio clear?
Yes, very much.
And
we can
is the
also see
present-
the PPT. Yeah,
and the presentation is also on the screen.
right.
So thank you once again. Okay, so I have a very unenvious task of talking about how do we thrive in a VUCA world. Okay, what's the industry perspective, and especially I will quote most of the examples from the industry and also specifically to Tata Steel. Yeah. So what is VUCA? I think all of you must be familiar about this terminology. I think that first came in use around 1985 when Professor Warren Binnis of University of Southern California coined this term in a leadership book. And then in 87, it was adopted by the US Army to define what they were going to do in the post-Cold War era after Soviet Union disintegration. So obviously, VUCA, we all know what it is. But let me just take a few minutes just to recount volatility. Okay, the first V is for volatility. I've just taken two examples here. On the left-hand side is coal prices. On the right-hand side is oil price, crude oil. And you can draw this chart for any commodities or anything in the world. And what you will see that in the first 100 years or since the time the indices came into being, the volatility was not much, okay, compared to what you are seeing in the later part of the year, in the later part of the decade, or more closer to now, the volatility is really very, very high. The second hue is about uncertainty. And again, the term black swan is a very important term, which is used very generously these days to depict or to tell about anything which is unprecedented. But again, looking at the origin of the word black swan, it's a very old word. It's a Latin word. It's a Latin translation of a word which was used in the 2nd century. But it was made very, very famous by a very eminent person and whom I really like his writing, Nassim Taleb, if you would have heard about his name. And he wrote a book about, I think, something to do with randomness before he wrote the book about the black swan itself in 2007. So there are three essential ingredients for a black swan. First, it need not fit in the normal curve. Okay, so it needs to be an outlier. The event is an outlier. The second, once it happens, it has a very high impact. It has a global impact, it has a far-reaching impact. And the third very important criteria is that once the event has happened, there are many people who will put up a claim that, oh, we knew about it, that this kind of thing could happen. Okay, or as a post facto gesture, and they all try to claim that this was predictable. So why I'm bringing this here? Because if you look at the major black swan events of, say, 20th century, okay, you can count them on your fingers. World War I, maybe, yeah, World War II was predictable, but World War I, definitely. The age of internet, okay, the popularity of internet, the disintegration of Soviet Union, and so on and so forth. Maybe you can count a few more. But look at this century, and we are only 1/5 into it. Okay, we started with 9/11 in 2001, 2008 global financial crisis, 2011 major environmental impact like Cyclone Debbie and others, Brexit, then obviously COVID-19, less said about it better, Russia, Ukraine. So what is happening now? The black swan events. So earlier, the black swan were a rare occurrence. Now they are everywhere. And metaphorically also, you know, when everyone talked about black swan, they did not know that black swan existed. They thought it's a rare occurrence. And it was found out later that in Western Australia and Tasmania, This is very common. Actually, the regional bird for Western Australia in the emblem is black swan. So it's not that uncommon, actually. Let us talk about the complexity. We all understand, but the main thing about complexity is the interlinkages are so much there that many a times it's difficult to fathom the impact of what you are doing. And I would just like to take a small example, okay? I think everyone would remember this from very recent past, okay? This is the vessel Ever Given, stuck up in the Suez Canal, okay? And it was just for 6 days. It happened on 23rd of March, and the vessel was freed up on 29th of March. It was one of the largest container ship, carrying about 20,000 TEUs, 20,000 containers of each 20 tons equivalent. But what happened because of these 6 days? Let us look at the impact. There were 369 ships which queued up behind it. Almost equal amount of ships got diverted instead of from Suez Canal towards the Cape onto Europe and US. The value of goods which were delayed each hour was about $400 million. Over 6 days, we are talking of about loss of trade of almost $50 billion. The while prices started rising because obviously all the ships stalled there, they needed fuel, and also the fuel tankers were not able to pass through. The container availability dropped significantly because when this opened also after 6 days, there was a huge queue at all the unloading port because now all the vessels will be bunched together. So many of the container companies needed to do blank sailing. It means they will skip a few ports to catch up onto their schedule. So most of the container got discharged at different places compared to where it was meant for. And obviously, it also led to port congestion, leading up to almost 10 times rise in container prices. And the entire world is dealing with that even today. This is one of the regions. Yeah, other region was obviously related to COVID, but this was a significant contributor. Obviously, when 370 ships are waiting there, okay, it is almost field day for the pirates. Okay, so what do? America has its 5th fleet in the Middle East. So companies where people ask them, okay, to supervise to see that piracy doesn't return. There were all livestock which was being carried on the ship, okay, and the food grain or the feed for the livestock ran out because obviously you will do it only for the duration of the journey, and so many livestock, okay, perished. There were very interesting fact. I was in Europe then, and many people were doing a lot of home and garden innovation during COVID time because they didn't move out, so they wanted to spend more time at home and making home, utilizing their time. And those small figurines that you place in the garden, there were no supplies of this in any of the garden shop because any supplies from China was completely stopped. Okay, so very small part of the business, but still there were absolutely none available. And when it got freed up on 29th March, look at the social impact. Google celebrated it by having a special sidebar, okay, where you scroll at the Easter egg, you'll have a flotilla of boat passing by. And obviously, those who had followed social media at that time, people blamed it very wrongly, saying that the ship captain was an Egyptian female who was considered to be the first women ship captain. In fact, she was the first mate. Okay, so it also brought out the gender bias, and inquiry it was found out it was it originated somewhere from the Middle East. So although it was a very simple incident, okay, the impact is very, very far reaching. And so you can see the interlinkages. Now, obviously, apart from the alphabets that you see on the screen, it's very difficult to guess what are these, okay? But if I recount almost 2 years back, these are just the forecast made by several economists on the kind of recovery the economies will take after COVID-19. So V-shaped recovery, Okay, it will dip and then it will come back, it will rebound. U, it will remain at a lower level for quite some time before coming up. L, it will never come up, it will remain at the lower level. W, again, come up, go down. N, so all kinds of alphabets were discussed, right? And we know what the reality is, okay? None of these are true. So there is a lot of ambiguity. So even if you are looking at the same data, okay, you are coming up with different conclusions because it is very ambiguous. You do not know. So having explained or having just touched upon the VUCA world, okay, what should be the response of the supply chain? If the world is volatile, uncertain, complex, okay, and ambiguous, what should we do? I think the first important point that we must look at is how do we manage risk? Okay. We have a traditional way of managing risk, okay, and that's what we call L into I thinking. L is likelihood, I is impact, okay. So you know that some event happening, okay, the impact will be huge, it will be $100 million, okay, but you say likelihood is 0.1, 10%. And so your impact becomes 0.1 into 100 million is $10 million, okay? And so in your scheme of things, it's not that important, right? But actually, you know that many a times you are not able to really gauge what is the likelihood. If someone would have asked me 3 years back, what is the likelihood of COVID-19 kind of thing happening, which will stop all sorts of social activity, travel, everything, you will put it at 0.001, something like that. Okay. And so we always underestimate likelihood. So that's number one. And secondly, by multiplying it to impact, we are not doing justice to it. Okay, we are reducing the value of the impact. It is okay if you are doing some planning for 100 years, but if you are planning for a year, if that event happens, the likelihood of if the event happens, the impact is going to destroy the business. And so I don't think likelihood multiplied by impact is the right way to depict risk. The second one is also very typical, say, procurement principle. Okay, we use terms like L1, Q1, okay, T1. And what are these? L1 means lowest price. So if you have a harmonized product, there are many producers, you go out in the market, take quotation, and you award the business to the lowest one, and it's called L1 basis. Similarly, you have Q1, which is quality, T1, which is based on technical analysis. I think we need to move to R1, R2 as a risk weightage supply chain. Whenever you are looking at supply chain, the first question we should be asking, okay, well, what is the risk here? Which is the most risk-free and which is the less risk, right? And if we have that rating, I think it is going to be much more useful than our L1 ratings. The second concept that I want to talk about, that if it is a VUCA world, then whatever you have studied in management, I'm not very sure whether you are still studying those concepts about lean manufacturing, about just-in-time deliveries, etc. It's not going to be sufficient. Okay, so from lean, it's time to move to redundancy. And why so many people died during Corona? Obviously, there are many reasons, but one of the reasons was also there were lack of oxygen in the hospital. Why? Because we didn't build redundant capacity. It was never needed. Okay, you wanted to run a lean operation. Okay, 10 oxygen beds is good enough for the hospital. Okay, but when you looked at the cost of human life, then you said no, redundancy is fine. The hospital should have the capacity to have oxygen for at least 100 bed or 1,000 bed for all the beds, which is possible. Yes, it's redundant, but compared to cost of life, why not? And similarly, for your production processes, we need to think that whether really lean is going to give you that value if one kind of cataclysmic event happens, and which I have showed in the previous example, that is happening more frequently now than it used to happen earlier. The third concept that I want to say is about how do we harness power of digital? Yes, uncertainty is increasing, but there are many tools also available to fight this out. And if you look at the evolution of the technologies that is there at our disposal, okay, from the previous descriptive and diagnostic analytics, where we always talked about what happened, we were able to explain things of the past, okay, that what happened and why did something happen. We need to move to, or we are already moving into, if you look at commodities, if you look at okay, machine failures, predictive analytics. What will happen? Okay, the machine has run so many hours and its past history says this. Okay, so what will happen? And the next stage is also very, very important. Not only we say what will happen, we can also work on how can we make it happen, right? And there are various tools. I don't have to go to the details of the tools, but okay, a lot of artificial intelligence with machine learning, okay, which learns by itself actually is coming to use to be to help us in predictive and prescriptive analytics. Yeah, we do all these things, but we need to do it with agility. The supply chain. The agility in the supply chain is very, very important. And the simplest definition that I could think of agility in practical sense, yes, obviously it needs to be quick, it needs to be small so that you can try it out. But I think agility is all about knowing how to fail fast, okay? Because you learn from various ways, how many ways can't work, okay? And you know it in very quick time. So you must learn to fail fast and move on. So, and if nothing of all of these is not able to help, I think is also, we need to change our thinking. Okay, the concept that procurement is about the right product at right place, at right time, okay, at right price, etc., the classic definition. In the VUCA world, you are almost certain that one of the things is not going to be there. Either you don't have the right product, or it's not there at the right time, or it's not there at the right place. Okay. So what do you do? Okay, if the production people are rigid, if your production processes are rigid and say that we can't make this product without this ingredient, then it's going to be very, very challenging. So production earlier, the plant will tell you what to bring, okay, what material they want. And supply chain's job was to supply that material. Okay. The events of the past has shown that it's not going to be there always. Okay, whatever most robust supply chain will have this kind of uncertainty. And so the production also need to align to what is there in the supply chain. And that's what we said, outside in will force you to change your production plan. Just recent example, okay. The steel prices in India and Europe are vastly different, and we know the region. Okay, Europe is almost, say, production capacity is 11 or 12% less because of Russia, Ukraine not being able to, say, sell steel and produce steel also in the case of Ukraine. And so in Ukraine, in Europe, there is a lot of steel requirement. Okay. And while Asia is quite okay in terms of its demand supply, so everyone would like to export to Europe, looking at the price differential. Then government last week came out with a, Indian government came out with the advice that there will be export duty on steel, and the export duty was at 15%. So basically the arbitrage which people were trying to gain had to stop. Now what do you do? Okay, this has come all of a sudden. You couldn't have expected it because there was no industry consultation. Then you need to change your plan. If you can't export, or you can't export some material, then you need to do something else. Because if entire material is supplied within the country, then there will be glut and there might not be that much demand also of steel. So we started producing those kind of steel which are not, which can be exported and which are not on the export duty list. So from 0.8 percentage of boron, okay, which was there in the duty, we started producing some different kind of material. So that's what I mean in terms of flexible production. And the next concept is also very, very close. There is a production side, okay, which looks at a plant stability. They don't want any unplanned blend changes. Okay, they want to manage the risk. But to do that, either you require too much cash because you can buy all the raw materials and keep it with yourself because that's a zero risk. Okay, but it will require a huge amount of cash. Also, it has a cost. And you need to optimize, consistently optimize between production priority, your cash availability, and cost to manage this aspect. And the last one, to dealing with VUCA world, I think we need to redefine people capability. A typical supply chain professional in the past, okay, you would require these kind of, I'd say, capabilities. You'll say, okay, you must have industry knowledge in this area. You should have market intelligence, what people are doing, what suppliers are doing, what are the competitive products. They should be able to network and collaborate, and they will be up to date with changing technology. So at that time, a few years back, 20 years back, it was ERP. Okay, now it will be predictive analytics and those kind of things, Industry 4.0. But the new age technology, new age capabilities are going to be very, very different. And I'm not very sure whether many management colleges are moving towards this, that the people that are required to run the supply chain should be experts in risk management, okay, should really know, understand what the risk is rather than just the theoretical part of the risk, but how do we manage it? I think this conference is also about sustainable practices. I think that's very, very important. People should be aware about what are the sustainable practices in supply chain which can be implemented, agile methodology, which I talked about, and also the ability to examine interlinkages. So weather experts, in my earlier role, I was looking at raw materials for Tata Steel, and the two weather impact, but the two weather events, La Nina and El Nino, what's so important for us because it will determine what is going to happen this year in terms of cyclonic activities in our main coal exporting geography, Australia, okay, and similarly for iron ore in Brazil. So La Nina, okay, is obviously the translation is the girl, okay, the little girl, is all about high hurricane, high cyclone probability, and El Nino is a dry weather impact. So you need to develop some amount of weather expertise. You need to develop some policy expertise because if China Congress comes out tomorrow, and which happened in the past, it says that from 330 days working, now we will go to 275 days working in a year. And all of a sudden, you know that the production, the local production decreased by 15% just by this decree. Okay, so what are the impact of this policy? Can you see what is coming? Okay, and if that happens, what are the interlinkages? So this is the kind of people capabilities which are required to run a supply chain today. So in conclusion, the response to VUCA, we all agree that it's a VUCA world. We need to incorporate the risk thinking in every decision making. We need to plan for redundancies, harness the power of digital, incorporate agility in our decision making, production plan to be flexible. I should not say subservient to supply chain, but definitely flexible to adapt, and the new age people capabilities. So these are the recipes. I'm not saying this is the laundry list. This is okay. Everything is covered here, but I will say these 6 are fairly important to respond to the VUCA world. Before I end, I just wanted to share a story about this bridge, Choluteca Bridge, and some of you must have heard about it. There is a river called Choluteca in a country, Honduras. And Honduras, just in terms of geography, is between North America and South America, okay, close to Panama Canal. And this country gets its fair share of hurricanes every year. Okay. And what happens when a hurricane comes? Obviously, all the infrastructure gets destroyed, the bridges, okay, the power lines, etc. And people were very sick of every year, okay, a couple of times, all the river bridges getting destroyed and they becoming cut off from one village to another, etc. And so the government thought about it and they said, okay, let us have the world's best construction company build the bridges which are very, very strong. Okay, and so the global tender was floated. A Japanese company won the tender, and in April, I think 1998, they built the bridge. Okay, and very strong, very beautiful looking bridge. And lo and behold, in November, the hurricane came, Hurricane Mitchell, I think. And what happened, right? Obviously, the bridge was supposed to be hurricane resistant, and it really lived up to its expectation. Okay, so there was no problem with the hurricane. There was no problem with the bridge. But what happens in case of hurricane? You know, a lot of debris comes in the river. Okay, a lot of, I will say, the banks get eroded, etc. So what happened because of that? All the roads leading up to the bridge got washed away. All the roads leading out of the bridge also got washed away. The river above which the bridge was made, okay, also changed its course. And so the bridge started looking something like this. So it's bridge to nowhere. Okay, very strong bridge, well constructed. Okay, lasted the hurricane, but it doesn't serve its purpose. So what I'm trying to say here, okay, that when you design a supply chain, move away from the concept of build to last. There is nothing called a strong supply chain. A strong supply chain are not going to survive. Okay, your strongest supply chain are those these days which are ready to adapt. Okay, and you saw the example during Corona. The hotel groups which survived were those who made some effort to change their business model, made them into a quarantine center or started supplying home cooked food or hotel food to different people who are stuck up at home, etc., etc. So your supply chain, do not spend too much time on build to last, but please adapt as quickly as possible. That's all I wanted to share. Thank you very much. Open for questions.
Thank you, sir. It was very enlightening, basically, to hear you on this topic. And the way you defined these four terms with real life examples was really helpful to understand. And now we'll go ahead with the questions. So, guys, please raise your hands for any question. So, Diksha, please go ahead.
Thanks, Manish. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. So my question is, you talked about preferring redundancy over lean. Right now, depending upon which part of the supply chain you integrate this redundancy in, there could be additional challenges, like it could be expensive in terms of operational efficiencies or quality issues. Also, there could be challenges. So can you share with us how you implemented this in your organization and how do you deal with the challenges that come with it?
See, the redundancy means, I think in supply chain, you always build redundancy. Okay, so the question is called a buffer or it's called an inventory. Right? The question is how much? Okay. And that's what I was trying to explain through the triangle. Okay, in ideal situation, if your entire annual production, if you can get all the raw materials in your premises so that it's not open to vagaries of supply chain, okay, then it's the best. But obviously it will require huge amount of infrastructure, space, okay, quality deterioration, and plus lots of cash. You just can't afford it. Okay, so it's the question of finding the balance. The point that I am making, the redundancy is part of the supply chain, and even if you look at theory of constraint, we say that we move around the constraint. Okay, we create buffer wherever the constraint is. But the point here is there is no stationary buffer here. Okay, there is no stationary constraint. The constraint keeps on moving. Okay. So it means you need to create more and more buffer or a buffer more closer to your final place of uses. Okay. And just giving an example, okay, in our supply chain, and I'm looking at Tata Steel in Jamshedpur. When this COVID really started, and I'm talking of first phase, not the second phase, by the huge human tragedy. But during the first phase, first thing government did, okay, stopped all movement, 3 months lockdown, okay, nothing. So what happens? Tata Steel is a continuous process plant. It has to run. Okay, so special exemptions were made to all the continuous process plant because you can't reduce the heat which is there in the blast furnace. So that's there. But all our suppliers, especially on the MSME side, okay, they are not part of essential commodities. Okay, so they were not able to run. Okay, so if you need ferroalloys, if you need some fasteners, etc., it just can't be there because they are not allowed to be open while the steel plants is open. But how do we rerun our supply chain if for 3 months, okay, all our suppliers are closed? Okay, and this is what I'm talking of. Then the point is, can you keep 3 months stock of all these things, okay, fast moving item? And even if you are keeping it, do you know that 3 months was sufficient? Suppose the government would have come in another 3 months, then what would have happened? So there is always a limit, and each company or each supply chain will have to evaluate, right, basis the cash and the cost that it is willing to incur to reduce the risk that it will create those redundancies. Okay, but redundancy is just a different way of talking about inventory or buffer.
Thank you, sir.
Right, and Charulata, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for this insightful session. So my question is regarding the supply chain, as we know that it is very complex and interlinked with each other. So do you think that the countries will try to reduce the complexity and interdependency on each other for the longer run or longer term?
In terms of, yes, so the concept of the past, like outsourcing, okay, and especially I'm talking of in goods, not in services, it is definitely going to change, okay, and it had been changed, you know, in 1990s and 2000, outsourcing was a big thing. Everyone was outsourcing. Now the term being used more and more in nearshoring, and it's complete result of the, okay, that you find that if something is closer to you, okay, there are less chances of meeting with the uncertainty, right? So there is a fundamental shift which is happening. Also, dependence on the geography, the risk thing I talked about, the risk thinking. Earlier, I'm telling you, most of the companies, including, okay, parts of my company, risk was an academic exercise. Okay, you will do your risk assessment, but you will do it every year. You will do it in a particular. But if you want to put money where your mouth is, and you say this is the very high risk, but I know the less riskier or the less riskier option is going to cost $100 million. Okay, it's very, very difficult to get that approval for take the less risky option. But now, if you bring the risk aspect and say that, okay, these are the two supply chains I can create, I can buy everything from China, just giving an example, or buy everything from Europe. But if a pandemic or even an endemic happens in that area, everything will be closed and I will have with no production at all. And loss of production, when it means hundreds of millions of dollars, then you are willing to invest, okay, part of that, okay, in diversifying, in reducing risk. So definitely the thinking is changing. I'm not very sure whether 5 years down the line, when the experience of COVID would be forgotten, okay, you would still do it. But I know that at this moment, there is a, I'll say, in every boardroom, people are listening to de-risking the supply chain and building buffers and diversifying.
Yeah, Archita, please go ahead.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon. So my question is along the line that whenever we are talking about getting a better or a smooth supply chain, we'll always be compromising or exploiting the environment, right? Or maybe we are neglecting it. So on the other hand, we are equally talking about the sustainable supply chain. So is it not going hand in hand, or if we can change the model of such decision making to a better one where we are equally identifying environment as one of such like component which has to be taken care of? So what do you suggest on that?
Absolutely. I think your point is very valid, and I can answer in different parts. Okay. First thing is, when you say sustainability, okay, the word sustainability itself, okay, it should be sustainable in every sense. Okay? And when I say every sense, it has to be economic. Normally, the word sustainable is only, okay, when we talk about the straightway jump to environment. Okay? But sustainability, it has to have economic sustainability, it has to have social sustainability, and it has to have environmental sustainability. Then only you can say it's sustainable in every sense. Right? The problem, what is happening now, is that, and I'm talking from a supply chain perspective, that at the moment, okay, globally, only scope 1 and scope 2 emissions are mandatory to be reported. Okay, the scope 1 emission, that you can understand, is the emission that you do within the boundary of your production. Okay, and scope 2 is also when you include the energy which is supplied and the way energy is generated. So everyone is reporting now on a scope 1 and scope 2. Supply chain emissions come as a scope 3, okay, which is outside the boundary of your premises. It comes in a scope. And it is not mandated and it's not going to be legal, okay, legally binding till 2030, right? So that's where the regulations are. But does it mean that we all need to wait till 2030 to make the sustainable and I think environmentally sustainable supply chain? The answer is no. There are many companies which are ahead of the curve, okay, and they want to do something. And even if you look at the shipping industry where I'm working currently, is the IMO, okay, when they came out with the legislation, okay, that starting 1st January 2020, we will use very low sulfur fuel. You know, the sulfur burn was almost earlier 4% sulfur in the crude oil that was used in the ship. And only when it was coming on a SICA zone, which is the special environment zone close to Europe, etc., then it will burn low carbon fuel. So it was understood that when you are in the open sea, you can burn 4% sulfur fuel. There was no issue. But they came out and they gave sufficient warning, 5 years warning, that from 1st January 2020, okay, only very low sulfur fuel will be used. Obviously, there were lots of, I'll say opposition that there is not enough sweet crude oil available in the world, not enough refinery capacity, how will the ships get fueled, etc., etc. But yeah, apart from a couple of months of hiccup, I think everything got sorted out. So yeah, it was ahead of the game. It came, it said that low sulfur. So this is again, but regulatory, because IMO came and said that. What are the voluntary things that can still be done on the supply chain? Now, I heard the professor talking about it earlier. So first thing, till the time you have an alternate energy source, you know, entire world is banking on one very, very important, I say, either energy source or a reductant called hydrogen. Okay, because everyone knows the equation, hydrogen interacting or burning will give you vapor. Okay, so it won't pollute. But industrial use of hydrogen would still be a few years away. What do you do in the interim? In the interim, you look at fuel efficient ways, okay, and route optimization. And that is what every company is trying to do by, so if you hear about news about what the shipping company is doing, including Tata Steel, we are saying the first thing we do is we will report our supply chain emissions. Okay, so we are the first company, at least in India, if not in the world, we are saying voluntarily we will inform about our supply chain emissions. So what is happening there? Okay, at this moment, the first thing you do, as soon as you say I report it, I will report it, it means you start measuring. That itself is a big achievement, because if you start measuring it, then you know that, okay, where the problem lies and how will it start. So I think first step is just to start measuring. Okay. Maybe many times you realize how difficult it is for the data, okay, because your supply chain partner also needs to be providing you with data, because the question is, where do you go up to in the supply chain? How many tiers? Okay, because if I go to my immediate supplier, and just giving an example, my supplier is suppose someone in Germany, supplying me with one of the capital equipment. Yeah, so transportation and what he emits during the manufacturing, that's one part. But he also gets his raw materials from somewhere else. Okay, so in making that product, how much is already utilized, and is he also measuring for his supply chain? Okay, so the entire end to end, okay, has to be measured. But at least when you start measuring and when you start asking your supply chain partners, they will in turn ask their supply chain partner, and that is how the movement will be created. The first thing I always say that start measuring, okay, to have any appreciable impact. So that's the first step. Once you start measuring it, you'll always find ways to reduce it. Okay. So what are the ways to reduce it? Yes, change in technology. Yeah, if and when that comes in, definitely. But before that, we'll say, okay, is there an efficient way? Is there some technology available through which I can optimize my route? I can do better, or I can reduce the fuel consumption. Okay, and so hence reduce consumption. So what is happening in the shipping industry? The use of biofuel. We are partnering with MOL, Mitsui Online on Wind Challenger project. So there will be wind assisted sails, okay, which will be fitted on the ship. So it can take care of take the help of the trade winds, okay, to reduce fuel consumption. Okay, so these are new technology, but it is being tried out. Maybe it saves only 7% of fuel cost, but it's still worth their effort. So there are several such initiatives which can be taken, okay, or which are being taken before it becomes mandatory to report and reduce the supply chain emissions.
Bhavya, please go ahead.
Can't hear you.
Till the time I think Bhavya comes up, we can go with Vishaka. Vishaka, please unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, sir. So I have this question regarding the predictive analytics. So, sir, do you think predictive analytics can be fruitful in a world with so many black swan events?
It in a way, I will tell you, means if you really go through Nassim Taleb, okay, who did write on Black Swan, okay, he says that all the even the economist Nobel Prize should be withdrawn actually, because they have done great disservice, okay, to humankind. Because he believes the randomness of the incident, okay, and trying to justify it through your normal curve, etc., or trying to force fit some model is going to be is not right. Okay. But the other side is there is always a learning from the black swan. Okay, so what you can never predict black swan. I agree with you. Okay, this is why they are black swans. Okay, because that's the first criteria, that they are unpredictable. But you can start measuring the impact. You do the scenario analysis. Okay, you have various scenarios to look at. That if this happens, what will happen? The first thing to check on that is doing scenario analysis and look at the worst possible scenario. Okay, that if there is some risk which happens, okay, if Jamshedpur gets flooded, okay, what will happen, right? And maybe it's a 1 in 100 chance, but you start questioning that and you build a scenario for that, right? So that's there. Second, what you can do with the black swan event, that when the event has happened, a severity of the event, how long, okay, the recovery or how long the effect of that lasts, okay? And I'll give you an example. We built a predictive analytics model for coal price production, coal price prediction. And what we did, okay, we always thought, okay, we know where the market direction is, etc., etc. But when we built this tool, okay, by now this tool has 14,000 input data points. Okay, it measures everything from the inflation rate in US to the Korean shipbuilding to the weather patterns and things like that. So what it does, when we started with this tool, okay, the accuracy was 40%. Okay. what it does, this tool always trains itself, okay? Because obviously when you do a prediction, actual event happens, okay? And then you revise your prediction and it learns from its own, and then you find out, and every week we will try to do that, which are the 10 top incidents which are affecting the coal prices, okay? And we will find they were so different, okay? Sometimes, okay, it was very, very unrelated event, okay? Like crude oil prices in Russia, okay? In Siberia, that was there. The train availability between Mongolia and China, okay? These were the kind of things there. So I'm saying that, yes, in normal case, your normal worksheets is not possible, but when you start looking at a large amount of data, okay, and as I said, and this already this prediction model has 14,000 different data points, then you see the accuracy improving. I'm not saying that it's ever going to be 100%, but in commodity market, you don't need 100%, okay? So at the moment, when we started with 40%, I can tell you this, this tool is currently working at around 60% accuracy, but 80% directional accuracy, okay? And which is very, very important. One thing is directional accuracy, prices going up or going down. And second is the accuracy of the forecast. The prices are going to be $50 or $150, okay? And then it's wrong by plus minus $5 or more, okay? So I'm sure that directional accuracy you are able to pick up, and you are able to model that once this event happens, how long the effect will last.
Sir, we have one more question from Ashish. If you are comfortable, can we take that?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. Ashish, please unmute yourself.
Hello, Professor. Good afternoon. My question would be is AC, you said that black swans cannot be predicted. But if I see that data points at different points, analytics start indicating that certain events are out of alignment. How can we use these indicators to predict certain uncertainty that is going to affect supply chain?
Yeah. So two things. First, I'm not a professor. I'm a pure industry person. Okay, that's. But your question is, I think, important. And I said the description of black swan itself. So you can have any event, but I think the way black swan has been construed, the third point is about that one, that people try to rationalize the outliers. Okay. And that becomes the biggest. If you know about Nassim Taleb and his fight with the economist and statistician, because he also said that normal curve does not prepare you for anything. Okay, it's always the outlier which prepare you for things, right? So if you think that black swan can be modeled, I think will be. It will be say a stretch of imagination. It could be anything else. By definition, it will not be a black swan. Okay, because I just said black swan has three things. It's an outlier. It has a large impact, and third is people. There is a human tendency to justify it, okay, through rational means at a later stage once their information is known. Okay, so everything, global financial crisis, people said, yeah, but we knew about it. This was going to happen. Yeah. And one of the forecasts, you'll see one of the forecasters has said amongst his many forecasts that this will happen. But really, if you really go deep into that did they see the impact? So no. But that's not the larger point. Larger point is what you said, that not that the black swan model can be black swan can be modeled or not. I think the previous question was that if it can't be modeled, how can you prepare for it? Okay, so I think that is the larger question which I tried to answer, that anything which can be modeled will not be a black swan. Okay, so that's my belief. Maybe I'm not very, I'm not sure whether I have been able to satisfy or answer your question, but that's my thing.
Thank you, sir. It was truly an insightful session, Ranjan sir, and we are very privileged to have you with us today for this keynote session on how businesses can thrive in this VUCA world. And thank you for taking out your time and delivering this session right from here, from the campus itself. Have a great day ahead, sir. Thank you. So
Thank
we
you.
have a panel discussion ahead, and we will start at 12:30. Next. Thanks, sir.
At XLRI, we have the finest pool of professors who come from the best institutes across the world. They also offer a plethora of electives tailored to suit the academic distinctiveness of the institute.
Cutting-edge pedagogy, complementing the latest industry trends.
At XLRI, we prefer learning by doing.
The journey at Excel proved to be life-changing since it provided me a winning mix of career advancement, unparalleled network, and the opportunity to constantly be surrounded by people who challenge you for the better.
Recreational and energizing.
Here at XLRI, we live by the motto excellence and integrity.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll be starting with a panel discussion at 12:30.
Two dimensions that I would talk about: sustainability of our leadership, our journey in our leadership, sustainability of our careers is dependent on ethics and how we live a high ethics, high integrity life. Back in the days, before any of the other institutes started doing it, we had business ethics as a compulsory course. For me, that consonance of my own ethical framework with the institute and now my own ethical framework with my company, that served me immensely. So today when I stand and talk about ethics, it comes from this core of me, and Excel helped frame this and helped give it shape even before I knew what this was all about. And now it's who I am, it's the core of who I am.
It gave me confidence, Excel gave me purpose, and Excel gave me a lot of confidence to try different things. That's a huge set of experiences I had. And that stood me in good stead because I went to become a management trainee in Hindustan Lever, where I could never have been without the Excel ticket, and without having excelled in Excel, I wouldn't have made it to HUL. And I've been with Unilever all 25 years of my career, so clearly the move from Excel to HUL was great for me. I really think that Excel has grown from strength to strength. It's maintained its reputation. There are a number of students who continue to excel year after year and have created a community of very successful professionals in India.
I've gone on to sell disposable diapers to Indians who don't even throw away the wrappers, forget about throwing expensive diapers, selling pizzas to Italians, and now of course selling shoes back in India. Excel is what's taught me the marketing, the consumer insight, all of that. Completely the credit goes to Excel.
Associated with it from 1983 to 85, and it has helped me think about the society a lot more every day of my work and every day of my life.
Excel gave me the experience for 2 years in a community living, and I benefited a lot. I made some of my best friends there. Secondly, it instilled in me the values that XLRI stands for, but above all, integrity. And finally, it gave me the aspiration and ambition to get where I am today. Besides, I have to say that the 2 years in Excel were great fun. All the time we were in Excel, we wanted to graduate and get away. And ever since, we've wanted to reminiscence about the 2 years there. It is a great experience. Fly Excel, fly high.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the first panel discussion of the event. I think we have all the speakers on board and also our moderator, Professor Joy Krishna Mangaraj with us. So just to start with a brief introduction, traditionally the key considerations in supply chains include technical quality, cost effectiveness, speed of delivery, and reliability. However, sustainability factors are increasingly gaining importance, and this brings us to the topic for today. Do supply chains run the risk of disruption due to ESG concern, which is really a pressing concern for corporates around the globe? It is my privilege to introduce and welcome our panel members who are industry stalwarts and have joined us to share their perspectives on the topic. Without further ado, I would like to introduce our first speaker, Ms. Richa Pant. She is the founder of Harmony Inc., which is an ESG and CSR advisory services company, primarily aimed towards bridging the gap between an innovation and impact seeker and an innovation and impact provider. She has a rich experience of 15 plus years working in the area of CSR and sustainability, and has worked across diverse industry sectors, which include automobile, pharma, telecom, and financial services. In a previous stint with L&T, as head of sustainability and CSR, she set up the sustainability department and was responsible for company's first sustainability report in 2018. She has led initiatives pertaining to ESDD and developing suppliers' code of suppliers, evolving sustainability parameters, labor issues, safety, environmental clearances to follow international requirements, and R&R practices. She has done her master's in social work from University of Delhi and journal management program from IIM Lucknow. She also holds a diploma in CSR and sustainability from Swedish Institute of Management, Stockholm. She is also a recipient of prestigious NUFIC Fellowship and is a board member of Swedish Institute Network of India. Welcome to the session, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Neeraj. Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Naresh Babu. He is the Director of Business, Finance and Procurement at Snapdeal, an experienced e-commerce professional currently heading the procurement and supply chain P&L at Snapdeal Limited. Mr. Naresh, in the past, has managed large-scale supply chain operations and cost functions for Snapdeal. He has experience of working in the renewable energy industry of solar and biomass at multiple organizations. He has led the business development of urban infra projects through public-private partnerships at CCL Infra Limited. He has also done his bachelor's in technology from IIT Madras. Welcome to the session, sir. Next, we have Mr. Jasmeet Singh Marwa. He is the Vice President at Moglix and has over 15 years of experience in leading, transforming, and automating supply chains across multiple industries. Mr. Jasmeet is an industrial engineering graduate from IIT Kharagpur with a master's degree in operations research from State University of New York and a postgraduate degree in management from Indian School of Business, Hyderabad. At Moglix, he leads the warehousing and logistics operations. Prior to Moglix, he has worked in consulting and operations role in FMCG, pharma, and logistics. Welcome to the session, sir.
Thank you, Nirdesh.
Next, we have Mr. Arvind Singh Rana. He is a partner at Vector Consulting Group and an expert in the areas of supply chain, distribution, and B2B sales. He has led several projects across industry verticals like consumer goods, capital equipment, healthcare, and retail. Over the last 12 years as a consultant, he has guided over 10 large organizations onto the journey of theory of constraints and helped them achieve quantum jump in business results. He's a strong believer in inherent goodness of people and loves to play football in his spare time. Welcome back to XLRI, sir. And moderating the session today is Dr. Bijoy Krishna Mangaraj. Dr. Mangaraj is currently a professor in production and operations and decision sciences area at XLRI Jamshedpur. He has a postgraduate degree in mathematics in 1983 and a PhD in operations research in 1988, both from IIT Kharagpur. He has also obtained a postdoctoral fellowship from Ministry of Welfare, Government of India, and completed his DSc degree in development anthropology from Utkal University, Bhubaneswar in 2002 for his research work on endogenous development in simple societal system. Professor Mangaraj's area of research interest includes multi-criteria decision-making, fuzzy decision-making, effectiveness measurement, culture and development, sustainable development, and human development index. He has published in several journals, which include socioeconomic planning sciences, applied soft computing, energy economics, Journal of Information and Optimization Science, Journal of Discrete Mathematical Sciences and Cryptography, and many more. He is a member of various professional bodies, including the founder secretary of Operational Research Society of India, Bhubaneswar, and has organized the 26th annual convention of ORSI in 1993. Welcome to the session, sir, and the podium is all yours. Sir, you are on mute. Sir, you are still on mute. I think there's.
Okay.
Yes, sir, now you are.
Yeah. Thank you, Nirdesh. At the outset, I welcome all the panel members to this event. I thank all of them that they have spent this Sunday afternoon for our cause. So as far this panel discussion is concerned, right? So this is all about do supply chain runs the risk of disruption due to ESG concern. Now, many of us, whether they're aware of ESG or not, but at the outset, we must have to know that whether ESG is same as sustainability or it is something else. Because sustainable development, as you know, sustainable development takes into account social and environmental criteria along with the economic one. But in that context, whether in the organization, the CSR unit, the corporate social responsibility, takes care of this ESG or not, or it is something else. Now, if you look at more in a broader framework, in an anthropological perspective, when you look at sustainable development, it is more on endogenous development, which looks at a cultural approach to development. In that cultural approach, we look into the, we look into the people's belief, social norm, the rule violation, all the things in the social framework, which is broadly known as a cultural approach. But if you look at an operational aspect, an operational aspect of sustainability, one can say it is more about reducing inequality continuously. It is more about reducing inequality continuously. Then in that context, where from we have to measure this inequality, right? Where from we have to measure this inequality. In that context, whether we can look for the ESG goals. In the context of sustainability, whether we can look for ESG goals. If at all we go for ESG goals, in that context, whether there is a possibility that we can look for a benchmark, so that with respect to the benchmark, we can think of efficiency or effectiveness from the benchmark. So from an operational perspective, we mix all the approaches, starting from the concept of sustainable development, as the literature says. The sustainable development as in anthropological or cultural approach, which has been defined by UNESCO in the World Decade for Cultural Development, right? Or it is mix of all of them. Now, in this session, we'll discuss all of them. First, in the first round, we have to see that whether this ESG can be embedded into the organizations and whether we can look for some of the operational models for that. In that perspective, whether ESG is same as sustainable or not, how can companies implement ESG, and in that context, whether the size of the company matters, whether ESG is important to organizational success, or whether ESG practices can be used for sustainable development in the organization. So this is how we can embed ESG into an organization. And in that context, if ESG is, ESG is more specific, target-oriented, data-driven, then whether there is a possibility of defining a ESG metrics or not. And if at all we can define an ESG metric, then in that perspective, whether we can say for some, comparing the companies in an industry, whether we can go for selecting a benchmark so that the efficiency and effectiveness of a supply chain, can maintain, as most of the time, in a supply chain, the social and environmental costs are much higher than the operational cost. Right? Now, I invite the panel members, right? I invite the panel members, Risa, Jasmeet, Arvind, and Naresh, to have the initial discussion on this.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Mangaraj, for giving a quick round of understanding around the ESG framework that is there for supply chain. I kind of agree with the point that you mentioned around that the risks that we incur, the social and governance risks, are much higher than the risk of the operation side of things. It is very much there. I mean, I think there are other aspects also which are also contributing now which is one of it is the financial risk also, given that there is a lot of focus and investment that is moving towards companies and products that are kind of adhering to the ESG norms. So I think it becomes very imperative that organizations take a very strong and firm, firm decision in terms of how they would participate in this.
Yeah. Hello, Professor Nagraj, and hi, everybody. Naresh, Chasmi, Tricha. Correct. The organizations, on one hand, they have to look at a monthly profitability, and now with the startup culture being in place, you have to look at a weekly or sometimes a daily profitability. At the same time, I think organizations have now started recognizing that a disruption in business could probably lead to much more damage than probably some short-term losses. So there is a shift in that sense. There is a thought process, but I believe there are a lot of challenges in while the thought process is there that we should be ESG compliant, and every organization wants to go on that journey. But I have some thoughts on why organizations are not able to move in that direction. So I think as we progress in the discussion, let's delve into that as well.
Thank you, Professor Mangaraj. I hope I'm audible, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, for bringing forth this very, very important discussion. I think this is no longer good to have. It's something which we all supply chain specialists, need to think about, as we move forward, right? And as we spoke about, traditional supply chain, about quality, cost, delivery, agility, reliability. I think what is increasingly gaining importance is these risks, right? Which is, either environmental pollution, raw material, which is limited, health and safety, labor disputes, geopolitical considerations, corruption. And paying attention to ESG, again, I firmly believe does not compromise returns. It's rather the opposite. So as, Arvind spoke about, right, short term, definitely, how do we protect the risk, but in the long term, it adds, significant value. And I think most of this is also, customer driven. I mean, people are now aware of, how the world needs to move forward, right? So it's very important that, this gets sufficient attention, through all of us.
Yeah, thank you, Professor, for bringing that pertinent subject into, what is the difference between sustainability and ESG. I have a certain different opinion, if I may share for 2 minutes. So I believe that, sustainability, in my decade and a half experience, that has been an older term. And in fact, it's much larger and broader umbrella than the ESG. ESG, in fact, was when used, again, some 10, 12 years back, it was considered a very narrow view from certain investors. And sustainability was more like achieving the sustainable development goals. Last 2.5 years, it has suddenly picked up. And like my panelists are rightly saying, it's more towards risk management framework, establishing a company's risk management framework around these 3 pillars. However, sustainability, which was actually established by certain companies, mostly in the Scandinavia, was also about innovation. So during the panel discussion, I would like to share more about, the distinctness between sustainability and ESG. Some advocates are talking about sustainability only from an environmental sustainability, but like I said, I believe that it is an overall encompassing, and it comprises of all SDGs together. Yeah, so that's my perspective. Be happy to share more during the panel.
Okay, so my point, and I want to ask all of you that whether this, ESG can be said as more specific, and a measurable tool for sustainability? Can you say like this?
Do you want me to, should I?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So like I mentioned, Professor, this last 2 years, a lot of institutional investors have been putting pressure on the companies and they've been asking on reporting all these 3 parameters, because they themselves know, and the pandemic has shown, and now even climate change has shown, that eventually wherever they're putting their money, if those businesses are not resilient to these factors, or if they will not be sustainable, and henceforth there won't be any return to shareholder value itself. So now they've started talking about stakeholder value creation, which is like looking at environmental parameters. So aspects like, developing having a carbon neutrality map, having a water positivity map. These all indicator developments are happening now. And there are global standards that are being developed, and the very famous standards is ISSB, which is your International Standard on Sustainability Board. So that's something which has come up, and that's those are having metrics. There are multiple other frameworks also, the GRI, the CDP. There are multiple frameworks that the companies are applying to. So that helps in developing metrics for the companies, but it is a complicated task. It's not as easy as the financial metrics. It involves a lot of, your stakeholders have to come together to formulate those metrics. So that's something that the ESG is actually focused on, and because of the push of the investors and gradually even the regulators. In fact, Europe and US, the regulators have been very active. Fortunately, in India, even SEBI has mandated to report on BRSR, which is Business Responsibility Sustainability Report, which is very detailed, having specific indicators, and it is going to be helping companies to report on those, which will help them identify how to achieve those maps. So let's say if they've taken a net zero target, how to achieve that year by year by looking at those indicators that these standards are developing. So I believe that is something which is very positive, which has happened. But again, my view is that it's more from a risk point of view. I think companies should also look at from an innovation perspective, where again, the original sustainability piece comes in. So yeah, that's what I feel.
Okay, I just want to ask Naresh, right? How companies can implement ESG? And in that context, where the size of the company matters or not?
Well, I think I'll answer the second part first. I don't think it's about the size of the company that has to be kind of playing the role of going towards implementing any measures in the ESG framework. I think it is imperative that at any company, given that there are kind of all consuming carbon at any in all rates, it becomes very important that companies work towards reducing the carbon footprint. And I think that way, whether it's no matter which size the company operates in, they should be able to take steps towards reduction of this. I mean, just to quote an example, it could be as simple as usage of for a small company. It could be as small as usage of plastic, how they use in their office setup itself, right? Irrespective of what products they are into, even if it is a small, IT sourcing company or outsourcing company, even the way they use within the office itself, what kind of materials and things they use also contributes to it. Now, coming to how the companies could implement, I think I would probably take a point of view of coming from the supply chain side of thing. I would kind of give some sense there. One of the things that is obviously coming out in the market right now, and I believe a lot of investment has gone there, is on the EV space. A lot of electric vehicles and involvement in supply chain is also coming along. I think in whatever form companies in supply chain can start kind of like using these kind of vehicles in their transportation network or within their logistics network, it will be great. That's one aspect. Then obviously there is a lot of talk around the plastics in supply chain itself today, with e-commerce being a major contributor to the online sales and the use of plastic packaging reduction. I think that's a big talk. And I think companies are taking some steps there. I mean, one obviously is being taken from a risk perspective so that things don't come and hit the business from a continuity side of things. Essentially, when the norms are coming out, I think companies are aligning themselves to ensure that they follow the norms first. But like how Richard pointed out, I think the next step would be how do these companies also pull out some cash from the balance sheet and also invest in innovating certain things specific to India, I would say, given that there's a lot of work that is happening outside India and creating new innovative products. I think companies in India need to kind of keep some financial investment also done so that they can produce new and innovative products. So this is something that companies can do.
Okay. So my next question is to Jasmeet. So why ESG is important for organizational success on the whole?
Yeah. As we have been talking about this, right? How a strong ESG proposition definitely, leads to an organizational success in the long term. And if you look at, the top line, financial performance, which, that's the most important thing, right? And now we have consumers actually willing to pay a premium, right? And in addition to Naresh, what he talked about, it doesn't matter, what the size. I mean, ESG or sustainability is talked about in schools also. I have a 9-year-old who is talking about sustainability. I mean, it doesn't even start with companies, right? It's starting at home, right? So definitely this will be more consumer driven and lead to top line growth. Again, supply chain cost is very critical, right? So all the disruptions, it leads to high cost. So ESG helps lower energy consumption, reduce natural resources. Even if you talk about regulatory and legal, for organizations which are not very well compliant, it becomes very difficult to deal with these regulatory and legal agencies, and that contributes to your cost. If you talk about the social aspect of ESG, again, that contributes to the productivity uplift, right? If you have the right productivity, if you have the right skill set, which doesn't deal with social stigma or brings in the right talent pool, so that there's a productivity impact there. And even from a investment standpoint, right? Again, these investments pay off in the longer term because you are taking care of the environmental issues. And if you don't have the right assets, then obviously this will lead to some sort of write-offs, right, in the long term. So either it's top line growth or it's cost, regulatory, legal costs, productivity, and assets. It all contributes to the success in the long term.
Okay. Now, my next question to Arvind, like how good the ESG practices in business can help for sustainable development on the whole?
Yeah, so as Jasmeet was talking about, there are a lot of benefits being talked about, that, if an organization goes the ESG way, then there are a lot of benefits. A lot of global research on how ESG compliant organizations are performing better on the stock market, in terms of how these organizations are able to attract better talent. So there is a lot of research on how an ESG journey helps an organization being sustainable in the long term. At the same time, I just, out of curiosity, just tried to Google, is there any negative to being an ESG compliant, right? And I really could not find any negatives to being an ESG compliant organization, right? Now that brings us to a bit of a contradiction, it's like exercising, right? There are a lot of benefits being talked about. If you exercise well, there are a lot of benefits which are there to a individual, right? But still, you'd find that a lot of people don't exercise, right? So I find this topic quite similar to that. A lot of benefits, all positives, no negatives being talked about. But still, if you look at the how many organizations, or when I interact with CXOs or head of supply chains across organizations, I rarely come across somebody saying that this is on top of my agenda, or this is even top 3 topics on my mind, right? And that brings us to some thought is required as to why this contradiction is there. And I have a hypothesis on that, is that if you try to delve into the life of a senior manager or a head of supply chain in a typical Indian organization, you would find that they are still grappling with a lot of issues which are day-to-day issues, which are around fulfillment, around ensuring vendors are supplying on time, or in logistics. If you see this, still people are grappling day to day on issues which are of I would say in Maslow's hierarchy little lower, right? And when you sit with these people and you try to find out as to what do you think about environmental impact of your actions, it sometimes you get a smirk out of it, right? It's like, boss, I'm trying to manage these things and you're talking about something which may not be an immediate impact, or which is an impact much perhaps much farther in the time frame, right? So I feel that if organizations really have to move on to a journey of looking at ESG proactively, there is a need that the basics are taken care of. And I feel that in a lot of Indian organizations that I see, the basics are still not there. And that's why only a few people in the organizations or somebody at the top would be driving some ESG initiatives. But for it to become a grassroots this thing, I feel that there are essential basic things which have to be done. And any organization which wants to go on the ESG journey, rather than putting that as a mandate of why don't you take up sub projects in ESG, they have to first stabilize their supply chains so that the customer needs are taken care of, the vendors are fully onboarded, no issues with the vendors, and then only you can really start looking at an ESG mandate. So that is my thought on this. And a lot of organizations where we work, we are trying to help them stabilize the supply chain. And only when the time of a top manager or a head of supply chain, their bandwidth becomes free, can they really start looking at these impacts. So I think that sequence is very important if as a country we really want to move in the direction of looking at ESG. So that's my thought. All positives, no negatives, but compliance is low, which means there is a conflict on the ground which is not getting resolved, right? And that conflict has to get resolved for organization to really look at ESG in a really big way. So that's my thought on how should organizations look at this.
Okay. So when you talk about ESG, it is environmental, social, and governance. Now, when you say social, right, it is mostly the people. The people should be placed at the center of the supply chain management. And in this context, I invite Richa to talk about how to manage relationship with employees and suppliers in a supply chain.
Sure, Professor. So, as Arvind was also saying, sustainability is a top-down agenda. It's very clearly that we've seen across industries, is unless and until, the management is clear that they want to initiate, it will not get initiated in the organization. But when this happens, when the company thinks that now it's a time that we need to take actions on ESG, we need to involve all stakeholders. As we know that employees nowadays, the millennials that we have, the soon to be ready to go to job, all these students who are there, they're now very conscious about it. The fact that you're having this forum means that they will be asking certain questions to companies, whether they are doing these ESG initiatives or not. In fact, I remember while taking interviews, the candidates have asked us what kind of employee training programs the organization has. Do you have what kind of diversity, equity, and inclusion practices the company has? So millennials are asking those questions. So it's very important for the companies to realize that if you want the talent to retain, if you want to attract the right kind of talent, you need to have these practices into place. Similarly for communities, there are communities. So it's not just about CSR, which is a mandate by the companies. It's also about how how crucial you are involving communities to possibly develop your products and processes. Just to give you an example, if your company has a microfinance business, are you looking at, before starting a geography, a business area in a geography, are you looking at feedback from the community members to understand what are their access to finance right now? Are you looking at those surveys? Are you looking at understanding what kind of livelihood opportunities do they have? Are you proactively looking at community intervention rather than the mandatory stuff to involve communities and then kind of build your business? Because then it will involve, because once you have buy-in of the community stakeholders, your business will stay on. And despite of certain factors like, climate change and rains, but once you have trust of the community, it will stay on. So having involving employees, involving communities, involving your suppliers. Arvind was talking about basics. I remember in the Indian compliance, he's very right, because unless and until you have hygiene factors in place, so it's like having a code of conduct for suppliers. If you don't have a code of conduct for suppliers, there's no point doing ESG around it. So have those in place and involve them into a developing code of conduct, especially if you're developing around ESG. Because large corporates, conglomerates might have the capital to take up initiatives like the net zero or becoming water positive, but their value chain partners don't have that kind of either talent or capital or technology. Then how do you kind of just push on the indicators to them? You need to involve them in the process of developing indicators, which they only themselves have to be followed, and therefore they will be more accountable to it. So involve your suppliers, involve your employees, involve your communities, involve your customers. Again, to give you an example, I was with a company in auto ancillary where they were developing a lighter product following the zero waste policy. They took feedback from the customers. They did a pilot to understand from the customers whether it will be feasible or not. So that's called co-creation with the customer. So you make product involving customers' inputs so that your product is, so again, you will ensure that your customers will be there for that particular product because you've actually taken their inputs. So I believe that when you're talking about the S criteria, all these 4-5 factors, whether it is customers, whether it is employees, whether it is communities, whether it is suppliers, you need to have a strong stakeholder engagement process. You need to prioritize the priorities of your stakeholders and then develop metrics around it, because then only the ownership will happen and then only the accountability will also flow. Just pushing the indicators that I am a OEM and I want to kind of push into my suppliers will not work. Again, give you an example. I was with an auto ancillary and where we were talking about greening of supply chain. The organization used to conduct workshop for tier 1 and tier 2 suppliers also to what is it about, how they should look at green practices. These were very, small suppliers and they had the capital issues. So can the customer, the OEM can support in that, so educating your suppliers also, helping them provide capital, maybe along with a financial institution, helping them get that capital so that they can implement those initiatives and eventually you will be able to fulfill your targets. So I think that's extremely critical, that you need to have a strong stakeholder engagement process on a regular basis so that you can track the engagement and track your goals itself.
Okay. Naresh, can you add any other extra point to Richa?
Yeah, sure. I think I completely, kind of get a sense of what Richa says, and I think I can add a couple of things, like especially involving, vendors being, part of the whole growth part of your company. I think identifying these communities, like I have to say something like we have MSME groups that are also working with a lot of these industries that are, getting funded, especially trying to, while the government says you need to have a 45-day cycle for payments, I think it becomes very important that, the companies also take the initiative to identify not only MSME, but also all the small entrepreneurs who are coming on board and try and reduce their payment cycles to whatever extent it can be done. Right? I mean, because they become part of your growth cycle in every sense. I think it also helps you build long-lasting trusted partnerships, especially your suppliers who are there. They help you run the daily operations, the company as such. So trying to identify them, trying to work with them to reduce their payment cycles, I think that's very important. I also feel like making sure that the vendors who help you, especially like if I have to call out about an e-commerce platform like Snapdeal, where we have a lot of suppliers who are also listed. what we ensure is we definitely category teams connect with them, try and bring out their pain points and ensure that most of these things are ironed out as we go along. The other part is obviously to deliver the right kind of product to your customers. The employees have to also work together in terms of like ensuring they follow the right code of conduct policies along with the vendors who are there, especially in terms of companies having a whistleblower policy or anti-corruption policy, things like this. It helps employees when they come on board the right mindset with which they need to work at that particular company. And I think it is very important, especially given that employees, if they understand the kind of nature of their work and within which boundaries they need to work and deliver, it'll be a great kind of place to work and deliver their best, right? So we do have something like also ensuring that mental wellness of employees becomes very important, especially given the kind of environment we are in. And I think this also becomes very important that companies implement such policies which are very employee friendly. This definitely helps the companies also in their hiring process. And I think collectively, if the vendors and suppliers along with the employees are able to kind of follow these practices, I think customers will definitely recognize and be delighted with that. And I think any company can reach out to their customers and also, kind of get a sense of it. Do check-ins with the customers, whether it's, no matter what size of the customer is, because I believe customers do get a sense of it when they see, companies, employees coming together to ensure they have the right experience, the right kind of products, the kind of things that they would love to deliver. I think the customers see that, and it definitely makes a sense to kind of like do this.
Okay, good. So, so as far as this environmental strategy is concerned, Jasmeet, can you throw some light on how to consider the environmental strategy in a supply chain to prevent reduce resource depletion? The moment I say resource, it is more about the natural resource.
Yeah, I think we all are proud, that India is definitely, leading the way, for sustainable power. And if you look at what has been happening outside, right, the switch from fossil to renewable energy is, playing a very, very important role in, mitigating the resource depletion problem. I mean, currently, close to 30–40% of India's energy capacity is renewable, right? Hydroelectric, solar, wind. If you think about what's happening on the green fuel, the electric vehicles, right? There's close to around 150% year-on-year growth. If you look at the cost, it's targeted to be almost ₹1 per kilometer. There is a vision of the government to come up with an electric highway, right? And India is leading the way on green revolution. And in addition to this, you have, I think, close to maybe 2,000 plus startups, who are focusing on renewable energy. And definitely, innovation plays a very, very important role, when you, want to, implement, such strategies. And again, these are high level, right? A lot of innovation is happening. But apart from that, something, if you talk about, more, the current warehouses, right? And the day-to-day operations, I mean, teams are individually, focusing on reducing consumption, saving electricity, using power efficient devices. If you talk about packaging, how do we go about minimal packing? How do we avoid plastic, right? How do we use electric vehicles for logistics? How do we do more consolidation? How do we reduce paper? How do we create a touchless supply chain, right? How do we not have, all these manual PODs? How do we have electronic communication? And how do we digitize? I think, again, high level, and these, small initiatives individually, will help solve the resource depletion problem.
Arvind, anything you can add to Jasmeet in building a carbon neutral supply chain?
Yeah, absolutely. So while it may be technically impossible to have a carbon neutral supply chain, so I really don't know whether you could technically have a carbon neutral supply chain, but I would say that any organization, who is at least started taking actions in that direction, or carbon actions towards reducing carbon footprint are in the mainstream of the decision making of the organization, then I would say that an organization is moving in that direction. If I would like to divide a journey towards being a carbon neutral supply chain into, let's say, a medium to long term and a short term strategy. So if you look at a medium to long term, yes, there are a lot of actions around directionally towards how do I look at renewable sources of energy, which Jasmeet talked about, or how can I deploy more and more EVs in my supply chain. So these are definitely actions which will help organizations move towards reducing the carbon footprint, so to say. However, these are actions which while there is a lot of visibility in media around these things, but yes, for a deployment across a country, it will take some times, and that is why I would say that organizations also need to actively start looking at in the short term, in next 1 or 2 years, what am I going to do to reduce the carbon footprint, right? And across organizations, when I get into an organization, I look at their supply chains, I find that there are easily opportunities to the extent of 15 to 20%, wherein they can reduce the carbon footprint, in the sense that there are opportunities around, let's say, an organization which is delivering to the customers, or let's say buying from China and all. And a lot of time I get into organization, I find out that because from time to time the planning goes wrong and they are forced to airship instead of getting it through ships. There is a lot of expediting in the supply chains, where you might end up sending not a full truckload because customer need is very important, right? Now these are the opportunities which I feel in the short term can help an organization reduce the carbon footprint. So typically when we get into an organization as a consulting firm, and we find that the reliability or the on-time performance is poor, and there are so many associated expenses, cost, which end up there is a carbon impact of all those expediting actions which are there, right? So as an organization, if in the short term you can look at how do I improve my reliability of my supply chain so that my customers end up getting material on time without any expediting, that itself can easily reduce in some organization up to 20% is what we have seen, that up to 20% of a carbon impact can be easily achieved without. So why I'm saying these actions are important is that both the things are important. One is medium to long term, where EV, all this will definitely help, but all said and done, the kind of scale as a nation we have, it will take time for those actions to materialize. Hence, it is very important that we need to start looking at the short-term actions as well. And there are tremendous opportunities in supply chains across organizations I have seen, wherein they can, without any capex or without any new technology, just by streamlining the supply chains, you can reduce the amount of carbon impact that you create in your supply chain. So that is my thought, and both the aspects have to be looked with equal rigor is what is important.
Professor, if I just may add, so like what Arvind is saying, what we've also seen, it depends upon maturity of the company, So you may, just to talk about carbon emissions. Now there are different types of carbon emissions, right? Scope 1, 2, and 3. Now, if it is easy for a company to measure right now Scope 1 and 2, just focus on that bit. Maybe scope 3 is very difficult because it is within your value chain, and identification of indicators, working around that, and then meeting the targets is extremely challenging. So begin with the low hanging fruits. What Arvind is saying, I'm just reiterating that point. Begin with the low hanging fruits, whatever is feasible, and then gradually move on. So depends upon where, at what stage you are as a company, maturity level, and then accordingly you can take initiatives and therefore report.
Yeah, I agree with you, Richa. That is more about the governance strategy of the organizations. That means based on these two dimensions, that is the people dimension, social and this environment dimension, what should be the governance strategy for the organization? In that context, what you said, can you think that whether there is a possibility or whether from operational point of view, one can think of designing a matrix for measuring ESG, because ESG is more specific, target-oriented, and a data-driven concept.
Yes, definitely, Professor. Like I mentioned, since last 2 years, it is the investors who have been pushing companies to start reporting. And when they start reporting, they need to have indicators. So what happens is, basis the standard that they adopt, whether it is GRI, CDP, MSCI, whichever standard that they're looking at, there are indicators on which they start putting their information. Then there are goals that they take up. So there are targets that they take up, and they have to clearly lay out how they intend to achieve those goals. Now, a good way to look at developing of indicators is to think through that what is it that you're producing as a product, then how are you producing it? That is one thing, another which is critical. Third thing is, where are you producing? And then from where to where you need to go. So from point 1 to point 2, how will you go? So these are 4 factors that one needs to consider when you're defining indicators. Just to give you an example, let's say if you have a factory in US, and sorry, not US, you have a company where business operations are there, and you have a supply chain practices in India. So then you have to see to it that, when you are having your suppliers in India, what kind of practices you're following on human rights. Are you looking at, and it's not just about, child labor and all, but are you looking at, fair compensation? Are you looking at, there are enough employee welfare, practices that you are taking care of? So that's something, again, those are indicators that will develop from a supply chain point of view, from a human rights angle. Similarly, from a governance angle, now governance talks about the independence of the board. So the indicators would somewhat look like, whether your board and management are separate, what kind of compensation your MD has and median that the employees has. So those kind of tough questions are being asked. So there are these indicators that you can pick up from either the standards, or you can develop your own indicators by doing these four area mapping, which is like identifying what you're producing and the impact of that within the ESG form, where you're producing and how you're producing, and how do you achieve from one point to another point. So these are the 4 ways through which you can develop metrics. I've just given a broad outline to people who will start their work on sustainability, or who are just starting off on the ESG journey. This is how we we've been working with mid-sized corporates to look at these 4 aspects and therefore start their sustainability journey. So you start with, helping them get these 4 aspects clear, and then tell them about various, standards which are there, and whichever you are open to adopting, you can do that. I mentioned about the SEBI guidelines. We all know जब तक Indian companies पे डंडा नहीं पड़ता तब तक वो compliance होता नहीं है. So I think SEBI का जो आया है, I think that's very good, which has happened. FY23 onwards, top 1,000 companies by market cap has to report. And like I mentioned, if you go through it in detail, it captures not only environmental, waste management practices, your GHG emissions, your water footprint, your human rights, your diversity equity. Within diversity, it captures, what kind of indicator are you an affirmative action employer? Are you looking at caste? Are you looking at gender? Within gender, it's no more about, male and female. Are you looking at LGBTQIA communities also? How are you looking at measuring them? Are they moving up the ladder, or is it just at the junior level that you have, So those are the difficult questions that even the SEBI is asking. So companies will be developing matrix around that, but it's a choice. It's again a voluntary thing. But like I mentioned, investors are pushing, regulators are pushing. So there's no, I mean, they have to do it. I saw a question that there is not much of sustainability report happening. It's true, Rashmi, there's not, it's not the way that we are looking at, not every company is doing it, but eventually with the kind of push which is happening from a regulator standpoint, and obviously the investors and eventually the customers also, I see that in India, a lot of reporting will happen in the subsequent years, at least 3 to 5 years, and they will be, putting on targets also. But yeah, I mean, that's the process, these 4 or 5 basic processes so that the companies have to kind of come together and establish indicators on. I hope I was clear.
Yeah.
I would just like to add some other perspective to what Richa is saying. And I think it's very important to recognize that whenever there is any mandate like this, and you try to convince people, you try to convince them, and then eventually you decide that, okay, Danda is only going to work, right? I think where we go wrong in this journey is that when we are trying to convince, perhaps we have not really looked at what is it that is stopping organizations from going this journey, right? Because it is complete win-win for the organization, right? There is no loss for the organization to go on this journey. It's a complete win-win. If you go on this journey, you probably will get better investment, costs will be lower. So I think it's very important that, if you really want a dil se wala implementation from the organization, the Danda is not going to work, and you need to find out what are the conflicts which an organization is facing to implement these things. Why is it not on top of their priority? In spite of this being a win-win for the organization, right? So I think there is all the proponents of ESG, they need to start interacting with organizations, try to figure out why are you not being able to implement this, and that's where the solutions will lie. It's an important perspective I thought I'll bring to the table.
Okay. So Naresh, can you add something to both of them in managing ESG risk in supply chain?
Sure. So I think I would put this 3 things here. One is obviously from a design and operational part of the supply chain, right? It starts from there, which Arvind also touched upon when he was talking about the net neutral supply chain. That's one aspect. The other aspect is obviously from the financial side of things, whether, what is stopping companies from not doing it, and what can be done there. And the third part is the compliance and continuity side of things, right? What are the legal frameworks that we need to follow? So to begin with, I think to manage supply chain, kind of the ESG concerns in supply chain, the first thing is the design part. I think the network design, the amount of time a company spends in doing that, I think that needs a little more of action in terms of looking into the finer aspects of the network design. Today, we are more about, starting up something really quick without, spending enough time in, the design aspects, which eventually leads to a lot of inefficiencies in the supply chain itself. And I think we can try and reduce that by having a proper network design, right from how your the transport leg works, how does each of your warehouse network works, and how each of them have a great handshakes also, because we see a lot of given that the fuel hikes and have happened and all of that, I think there's a lot of costs also that is getting involved. So this essentially, by having a proper design team in place, which helps you, or probably bringing on board teams from external side who can help you design a very good supply chain, that itself will save a lot of bucks on the table, right? And I think that kind of also helps with the second part of what I touched upon, is the financial aspect of it, right? So since everyone talks about, I feel the main thing which is probably holding back is also one, obviously getting a sense of what ESG itself is. I think everyone is just getting a sense now. The second part is, I think there is a big block. I would say it's a mental block, that there's a lot amount of cost that is going to get involved once we touch this. But I think the way to approach it is, like I said, have a good design that saves up a lot of inefficiencies and, gives you bucks on the table. And then try and always, work with agencies that can help you bring down the cost while following all the principles, right? Following principles such as obviously sticking to the labor laws, sticking to, all the compliance part of things. I think again, it comes back to, when we start things, when probably the sales happen before you have anything to service the sales part. So essentially people end up, serving the customer in whatever manner. And that ends up, you having a shoddy policy to onboard vendors, onboard, partners to work with, and eventually again adds up to this whole thing about, added cost. But I think if you have a very lean approach in this and have a very more, detailed document around, how your blueprint to, starting up any operational aspect in the company, it helps reduce those costs, and you can invest these costs into actually, kind of reducing the carbon footprint or, other products that will help, your company being a sustainable organization. Things like, essentially, I can talk about one thing, which is we are investing a little bit into how we can reduce, use of packaging, which are plastic in nature. By actually, we are working on certain organizations which are also having some alternative products. We are testing, trying them out. Of course, we have not reached there, but we have come to this journey by actually having strong policies of vendor selection, wherein we follow those, very strictly, so that most of our costs are low when we start off itself, right? And that is helping us. And the last part is obviously being compliant. I think compliant not just being, like how both Richa and Arvind touched upon, like danda maar ke nahi karna hai. Matlab, I think you need to ensure that compliance comes from the thing that you respect the people who are involved in it, right from, when you recognize the delivery person, or just an example, is ultimately a person again living and having a livelihood, and he needs a decent way of working and good income source. I think that helps, like identifying these things, agencies which are ensuring that all these labor laws and policies are compliant with. Also compliance from the other aspects that will help you continue your business, so that you are not running in a legal risk. Essentially, when some government order comes, you run left, right, and center to find and see how you can manage that. Rather, it should be you should be compliant from day one, so that it kind of helps when when these diktats come, you are already compliant and you don't have to put an additional cost and buy things at whatever market is giving you at. I think planning these things well ahead of time will help reduce costs again, and then that cost invested into the business will help with managing the risk.
Right. So Jasmeet, what based on what Richa and Naresh said, can companies think of a benchmark, right? Can think of a benchmark in the context of ESG goals?
Yeah, I think Richa has partially covered that, right? When she spoke about indicators, right? And I think the natural expectation from ESG is, what are those numbers? What are you working towards, right? It's more specific than sustainability, which we have always we talking about. Continuing with that, if you look at the ESG metrics, right, definitely, you have the gas emissions, which we already spoke about. You can have water consumption, how much waste are you producing, employee safety record, gender diversity. And see, one thing which, which we all have to remember, that industry, it is all industry specific, right? So people or organizations will be measured against the companies in their industry, because that is how benchmark will start. Every industry operates in its own way. If you look at carbon emissions and the way it is being measured today, right? A function of what's that $1 million investment which every organization does. If you look at that as a metric, utilities and materials definitely has a very, very high number compared to information technology, or compared to consumables or financials. So every industry will have its own benchmark. Now you can set your own, Or yeah, as you know, we spoke about, right, the next 2 to 3 years, there'll be a lot of numbers which start coming in, either from companies directly reporting it through their own benchmarks, or all these widely accepted standards which will start coming in. And then you can have a gender diversity, right? Even if you look at gender diversity, IT as an industry has a high level, right, as a female contribution compared to FMCG or compared to e-commerce or energy, right? So these benchmarks, again, internally developed or outside through standards, will help us drive ESG compliance.
Okay. Now, my last question to Arvind is based on whatever discussion that we have already had. How can a supply chain be integrated for corporate strategy, for a corporate sustainable development strategy?
Yeah, absolutely. So, so the starting point I would like to take is that every organization wants to be good on this journey. That's a starting point which is very important for us to establish, because it makes financial sense as well, right? So hence it is pertinent that every organization would want to do good on this journey. Now, as I would say that this is in Maslow's hierarchy, this is slightly towards self-actualization, whereas there are still fruits which are easy, low-hanging fruits which are there in this journey. If organizations are able to streamline their supply chains so that unplanned shipments, unplanned expenses, expediting in the supply chains, managers not having time to think about these aspects because they are stuck in day-to-day operations. First step in this journey would be to achieve that. So which is, I would call as, more of a physiological needs in Maslow's hierarchy, right? First, as an organization, I need to achieve that. Once you reach this stage wherein people have time available, right? Where a head of supply chain has maybe 2 hours in a day, he is able to think about topics beyond day to day, then these are smart people, right? They will be able to put their brains together, and they will be able to figure out what are the projects which needs to be initiated in the organization, which are the actions which have to be taken, right? So step one is free up their time to think in this direction, remove all the basic inefficiencies in the supply chain which has an impact on your ESG goals. So that is step one. Step two is empower these leaders, supply chain leaders, to then start thinking in this direction, and they will be able to put their brains in this direction, right? So that is step two. And third is then outside the organization, how do I collaborate as an industry group? How do we start looking at things? Or so that is the step three, which would then start happening, that not just as an organization, maybe all companies in an FMCG area, they start looking at are there some innovations, some investments which they can start doing together, which may not be possible for one organization to. That would be the step three. So that is my thought on how we can look at a transition which is there. And this sequence is very important. If you try to do step three before step one, you will fail, right? So in this journey, the sequence is very important, and that is what has to be followed. So that is my thought on how organizations can look at this journey.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all of you, for sharing your thoughts based on your experience. Now, I invite some questions from the audience to the panel members.
I would request the audience to please raise your hand if you have any questions. And before I take the questions from the audience, I myself have 2 questions for the panel members. First one being, we recently had a course in sustainability a couple of months back, wherein we studied about the concept of internal carbon price. And when we were shown the numbers of the industries, I was pretty shocked to see one of the leading Indian IT companies imposing the highest internal carbon price on itself. So my question to you is, is this concept of sustainability and ESG industry agnostic, or is it more to do with the intent of the companies rather than the capabilities to implement it? This is the first question. And the second question that I mean, which is primarily derived out of the conversation that we had around reporting numbers and matrices. So we have a very common saying in marketing that jo dikhta hai wo bikta hai. So similarly, I draw a parallel inference like jo dikhta hai wahi report, jo report hota hai wahi address hota hai. So does it really boil down to a visibility problem at the end of the day? It's like something, if it gets reported only then it will be addressed. So yeah, these are the two questions. First, is it an intent problem? And second, is it a visibility problem? I would like to start with Ms. Richa first.
So Nitesh, very clearly, I think I believe that it is always about intent of the company. It's not just about, so it's very clear if the company realizes what is the impact of its operations around these ESG, it will take serious measures, but it depends upon the maturity of the company. Not every company would have that kind of intent immediately. We as as an organization, Harmony Inc. deals with mid-sized corporates. And like I mentioned, and I think Arvind also highlighted, first thing, it is important to get low hanging fruits into place. So, whatever is easily doable. So if it is about, switching to renewable, you do that. If it is about, switching to LED lights, you do that. If it is about, establishing a water treatment plant, you do that. So all that will have to happen with depending upon where the push is coming. If you have internal intent, it's good, but if you don't, then sometimes it has to be pushed by customers. But again, like I mentioned, when it is pushed by customers, it is important for customers to take into account, to take them along. So if it is your supply chain partner, you need to take them along and identify and develop matrix so that the intention that the corporate has is translated to your suppliers also. So I strongly believe it's always about intent. I've been associated with some of the very large conglomerates, and I've seen the kind of intent each of them has. So from it could be to begin with, like I said, doing small attempts to doing something large and innovative to begin with only. So like the Tatas, I think we know all Tata Group companies, they think upfront about the innovation aspects. Obviously there would be certain companies who are looking at smaller companies might look at hygiene factors also, but then it's always about thinking innovation aspects. There are many times they are certified globally on fair trade practices, just to give you an example. So that's something which clearly it's all about intent, especially when it comes to sustainability. But mid-sized corporates, like I mentioned, could be driven by customers or the regulators. This is what of your first question. Second question was about metrics, right?
About visibility. Is it a visibility problem at the end of the day?
So, Nitesh, I started my career about a decade and a half back. So initially when the sustainability reporting was happening, I wouldn't say that it was, it was then all about intent. There were things which was more from a greenwashing perspective also happening, because it was just one added thing, something which is good to do and something which we should just report so that we get a tick from a certain investor. But now, because of the investors becoming extremely conscious about it, people are seriously reporting, and not just disclosures. It's not about this is my footprint, that's it. It's not about that. It's about what you're doing about those footprints. Are you looking at reducing that? Have you taken up targets or not? So especially for when you're trying to raise loans, when a treasury or investor relations department reaches out to international market, you're trying to raise capital for yourself, you need to see to it that there are certain investors saying that why don't you apply for, let's say, sustainably linked loans. So, and then you have KPIs around ESG around that, and if you don't perform, you will not get the incentive that you are getting on the SLL. So these things are being asked by investors, and therefore your reporting has to be serious. You cannot just do a greenwashing, which was possibly done about let's say early 2000s or the late 90s. So again, so this is what which we've seen last 2.5 years, people are reporting seriously. And like I mentioned again, I think the SEBI moves is an incredible move by the regulator, and the questions which are there, I mean, I would suggest all of you to go through the questions. It's such a fantastic way of developing that, it's a reporting standard where they're asking things like, is company looking at sustainable sourcing? What percent? So now when you're talking about sustainable sourcing, it's not just yes and no. So one is of course yes and no. Then what percentage of sustainable sourcing is company looking at? Now you have to report that mandatory. And when you're reporting that, if you don't have initiative, let's say with a startup which is looking at upcycling of, upcycling and making bags out of it, and it is for a hospitality industry, then you report a zero there, or you have to kind of, state why you're not doing it. It forces you to think, and therefore it enables you to tie up with certain partners. So that's the chain. And I think that now reporting will get serious. I believe that, I am a strong proponent of, the regulatory push. Some panelists may not agree, but I think, that's a good way to kind of look at a serious reporting to happen in India.
Thank you, ma'am. The next question is from Madhumita.
Yeah, thank you, Nidesh. So my question to the panel would be that a lot of consumer companies, they are facing the challenge of not being able to identify and map sustainability impact across all segments of their supply chain. And one of the reasons being that they are not able to engage with all of their suppliers. Most companies, they only deal with their primary suppliers who tend to subcontract a portion of their large orders. So in such complex situations, how can companies ensure traceability?
Yeah, so I'd like to take it up. See, if you look at Moglix, right? So we work with 15,000 plus suppliers, right? And definitely it's a difficult start, but we ourselves have identified the top 3,000, which we call, the gold class suppliers. And how do we work with them to, implement and execute? Again, create a win-win proposition for both the parties is very, very important, right? Now, this is not a journey, which will finish in the next 1 year. Okay. We didn't have GST. I mean, there was a time we didn't have health and safety standards, right? So it all came. So this is a long journey. I think what is important is that a lot of things are going to happen parallelly in the next couple of years. Standards, this 1,000 list, which I spoke about, companies doing a couple of things themselves. So that will eventually, lead to getting from scope 1 to scope 2 to scope 3. I think scope 1 is already there. Scope 2 and scope 3, again, tough things. But as you look at, especially some of these startups, right, which are digitizing supply chain or, consolidating, a lot of supply chain efforts. Supply chain as a service is what is coming up, right? So a lot of these things will be driven by these, startups, in driving the benchmarks.
I just want to add that, Madhumita. So when you talk about traceability, Jasmeet touched upon the digitization part. Now, a technology such as blockchain that looks at distributed ledger system, if you have each of your supplier on it, then the traceability becomes easier. I've seen some of the startups working around this technology within sustainability field. In fact, in morning only, I was reading about a startup who has developed it, and they are now selling it to the clients. They've in fact positioned it like that how one can look at transparency across the value chain. So I see a role of blockchain within this within the digitization piece playing a very important role for supply chain partners, because it's right from customers to tier 1 to tier 2 across. So you can see each touch point, where is it that your footprint is and how you can address it. So digitization is going to play a big role in terms of traceability.
In the interest of time, we'll close the Q&A session here. I would like to extend my vote of thanks to the panel members for giving a wonderful session and on this topic of ESG concerns and supply chain. The perspectives shared were very interesting and unique. And for me, I would like to start by picking up from the point that which Mr. Jasmeet mentioned, that it is something which starts at home and not exactly at the corporate level. So this was something that I derived out of the discussion, because sustainability and ESG are such big terms, and simplifying it to our daily lives is very important, and it's very interesting and important from a customer's perspective to include it in our daily lives as well. So I thank all the panel members for their precious time today, and our moderator, Professor Mangaraj, for moderating the session smoothly. And we hope to receive your continuous support in the future as well. Thank you, all the panel members.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Nidesh.
Thank you all. Bye.
Thank you.
We'll go in for a lunch break now, and we'll meet back at 2:15 p.m.
Thank you. Thank you.
XLRI XPGDM program facilitates peer-to-peer learning for people coming from various backgrounds. Even in my study group, I have people coming from various backgrounds like hospitality, merchant navy, automobile, and I come from consulting background.
Developing critical thinking and enhancing leadership skills.
Exhilarating and enriching 12 months experience.
At XLRI XPGDM, we learn and prepare for the greater good of the society.
Challenging the status quo.
Driving personal and professional transformation.
At XLRI, we are nurtured to be responsible leaders for tomorrow.
That I would talk about sustainability of our leadership, our journey in our leadership, sustainability of our careers is dependent on ethics and how we live a high ethics, high integrity life. Back in the days, before any of the other institutes started doing it, we had business ethics as a compulsory course. For me, that consonance of my own ethical framework with the institute and now my own ethical framework with my company, that served me immensely. So today when I stand and talk about ethics, it comes from this core of me. And Excel helped frame this and helped give it shape even before I knew what this was all about. And now it's who I am, it's the core of who I am.
Gave me confidence, Excel gave me purpose, and Excel gave me a lot of confidence to try different things. That's a huge set of experiences I had. And that stood me in good stead because I went to become a management trainee in Hindustan Lever, where I could never have been without the Excel ticket, and without having excelled in Excel, I wouldn't have made it to HUL. And I've been with Unilever all 25 years of my career, so clearly the move from Excel to HUL was great for me. I really think that Excel has grown from strength to strength. It's maintained its reputation. There are a number of students who continue to excel year after year and have created a community of very successful professionals in India.
I've gone on to sell disposable diapers to Indians who don't even throw away the wrappers, forget about throwing expensive diapers, selling pizzas to Italians, and now of course selling shoes back in India. Excel is what's taught me the marketing, the consumer insight, all of that. Completely the credit goes to Excel.
Associated with it from 1983 to 85, and it has helped me think about the society a lot more every day of my work and every day of my life.
Excel gave me the experience for 2 years in a community living, and I benefited a lot. I made some of my best friends then. Secondly, it instilled in me the values that XLRI stands for, but above all, integrity. And finally, it gave me the aspiration and ambition, together with the determination that has probably helped me get where I am today. Besides, I have to say that the 2 years in Excel were great fun. All the time we were in Excel, we wanted to graduate and get away. And ever since, we've wanted to reminiscence about the 2 years there. It is a great experience. Fly Excel, fly high.
At XLRI, we focus on a management education framework that is integrative and offers students an opportunity to develop and pursue new ideas at the same time. We constantly evolve our curriculum in line with changing economic and social landscapes. Besides the flagship programs, XLRI has added many new executive and certificate programs over the years to meet the growing demand of various industry sectors. Our virtual interactive learning program and entrepreneurship programs are our two key offerings.
Learning at XLRI is different from the way learning happens elsewhere. One reason is because of the use of cases. We use cases to relate academic concepts with industry application.
From the best institutes across the world. They also offer a plethora of electives,
complementing the latest industry trends.
At XLRI, we prefer learning by doing.
The journey at Excel proved to be life-changing since it provided me a winning mix of career advancement, unparalleled network, and the opportunity to constantly be surrounded by people who challenge you for the better.
Recreational and energizing.
Here at XLRI, we live by the motto excellence and integrity.